It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
29 degrees right now. Going to get up to 35. This will be the one cold day for like the next 10 days.
Nice.
Tomorrow we're back in the 50s. Friday could be diddling 70. And Saturday, you're not too far away. Parade forecast now.
What are they saying?
Staying warm.
62. Windy. I saw yesterday there could be some rain. I'm looking. I'm trying to find a further forecast here.
They kind of said a hint.
Hint?
Yeah, it's not going to be like a washout.
Only from 12:30 to 2:30?
No, it's going to be
Yes.
a washout.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
You just ruined it, you dick.
What?
All right, I'm looking at Saturday right now on 13 Wham. We're going to trust him
For the
here.
parade.
Yes. It says possibility of rain, high of 67.
But it's just it's like 40%.
Shut up.
By the way, you'll all be drunk anyway.
But I got a kilt on. I don't want wet wool. Wet wool is no
Wet
fun.
wool?
Bro, I've had to go, being in that bagpipe band when I was a kid, I've had to do rain parade.
Yeah.
Soaking kilt is like the least comfortable
Yeah, that
thing
sounds
ever.
awful.
So why don't
It's
they
got to be heavy.
Why don't they make like cotton ones or something?
It's called a dress.
Well, it kind of is a dress. It's a man dress.
They make leather ones, but I don't want to go into those
I think that's a
parts.
different parade. And that also requires a whip.
Is that what it sounds like when you're whipping someone? No, I mean, like,
What?
of all of the weather that could affect the parade
Yeah.
on Saturday, I guess a little bit of rain is not the worst thing.
Well, usually the weather is kind of sucky for St. Patty's.
Well, no, the last couple of years we've gotten really, really lucky. Last year was gorgeous.
But we've had snow, rain,
Yeah.
misery,
No, I've been through all of it. Like the
famine.
The sleet is the worst.
Yeah.
The wind
Yeah.
is the second
The
worst.
wind
Then the
is
famine.
terrible.
The snow is third.
Mhm.
But I think rain is up there.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it the wind like 5 or 6 years ago that pretty much canceled everything?
Yeah, well, which is funny, too, because it's not even like there's balloons in the
No.
parade,
Yeah.
right? It's just like a couple of tractors with, like, green stuff tied
Yeah.
to them. But, hey, man.
So the first year I started at CMF, 1993-94, we always were in the parade with the mobile home of rock and roll and that stuff. So they said, hey, man, we all go march in the parade. Okay? So I'm new, don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
It's snowing out. I'm from Florida. I show up. Nobody shows up except for two other people who I'm just meeting for the first time to march in this parade. It sucked. It was like sideways snow. And the place was packed,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, man, we're not soft.
but it sucked.
We're tough, man.
Oh, God.
Speaking of being tough,
Yeah.
you want to talk about Batavia for a little while?
Oh, I love Batavia.
Well, there's a story coming out of Batavia. A hotel just outside of Batavia, according to police, they were called around 5 in the morning on Friday.
What happened?
Well, there were reports of two men with handguns
Holy Christ.
at the hotel. Not great, Tommy.
Like in the lobby?
They just says reports of two men with handguns. So, police show up to the hotel.
We're having a shootout?
Oh, I thought you were going to say
No,
more
no.
things.
It's like,
You kind of did Reagan there. I thought you were doing
10
Southern.
paces and turn around.
So police show up, and eventually they find the two men who were suspected of having the guns
Where were they?
in the hotel, apparently.
Okay.
It turns out there was some kind of mistake because the officers searched a gentleman, they searched the hotel, and they did not find any guns.
Okay.
No guns at all. The men had checked in just a few hours before.
Together, like a couple of guys?
Yeah, I guess.
All
I
right.
mean, look, would be the weirdest thing that ever happened, especially you and I have done that actually several times.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Checking in a hotel together at
Yeah.
3 in the morning. Hello, nothing suspicious here. Eventually, like we said, search of the hotel turned up no weapons, no charges were filed, everyone's safe.
Yeah.
That's a weird ass story,
Yeah.
man.
Like, what would make them think that they had them?
Because something had to be.
Yeah.
Well, no.
I'm not saying like illegal, but something had to be off for somebody to make that call.
Well, I mean, think about all the stuff you're carrying into a hotel room, too. I mean, maybe something's mistaken for
a hair
gun.
dryer with a
Maybe.
scope.
Yeah, but to
Every
your point,
Italian woman owns a hairdryer with a scope. I gotta get it right here.
to your point, though, like you would assume people would have a lot of stuff with them staying
Yeah.
in a hotel.
Yeah, but
That's
people
natural.
people also get paranoid when they're staying at hotels. You know, like if
No,
they're-
I know.
You know what I mean?
Especially
You
at
hear
that time of the
something
day, it's a very creepy time around a hotel, 5 a.m. Correct? That's when creepiness is all wrapping up before the sun comes up.
If we're going to do all of the road places that you're creeped out at 5 a.m., hotel's lowest on my
Really?
list. Yeah. Like truck stop,
Well, those are-
fine.
yes, but
Rest area, fine.
Yeah.
McDonald's, fine. Hotel, I'm okay with.
Really?
Yeah, didn't bother me.
Okay. But these people are like with you. Like if you're you're kind of stuck with the other places you're leaving.
No, okay, I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
So, like, I got to be honest with you. The people I feel the worst for in this story are the two guys.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Like, think about it, man. You're driving overnight, whatever you're doing. You
Yeah.
get to this hotel. You finally check in. You get the opportunity to crash. You probably were in bed. And then, bang, 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 bang.
It would freak me out.
Give me the guns.
I'm like, what the hell did I do?
Exactly. You have nothing. You don't know what they're talking about. They think you're lying to them, obviously, right? You get sent to a search because you don't have anything. I'm sure they went through all their stuff, right? Only for them to be proven that they never had anything in the first place. And then, okay, sorry, go back to bed now.
Yeah.
Go back. Thank you. Go
Yeah,
have a good rest
you're
of the day.
wide awake, yeah. It always freaked me out, too, when I stayed at those hotels like that when we were on the road. Because every once in a while, like let's say you had to either check in or check out super early in the morning because you had to get to some other gig. Every once in a while, there'd just be a guy out there, just standing around in the lot, like just hanging out. He's not in his car. He's not near a car. He's just kind of standing out there. And I don't know they don't work there, and I don't know if they're like a town guy or what. And like you always felt compelled to say, hi. Don't kill me. I'm going to turn my back now and load my car up.
Why are you always so scared of everything?
Because I'm 5'5" and pretty sweet meat.
Okay, 5'5",
Like,
yes.
but bro, I'm like so BFable to like 99%. You don't think some guy, when I was in my 20s, I was a sweet little lamb chop to
No,
some dude?
I know. I've seen pictures.
I was trucker paradise, bro. I could have made more money working the lots than the clubs.
I'm not arguing that. Doesn't mean you're good looking.
Yeah.
I just
don't have a taste for the business.
Are you talking comedy or the truck lot? Damn it. No, like it is amazing how just the littlest of things
It throws you off.
when you're staying in a hotel will
Yes.
throw you off. I mean, look, the cops coming and searching for a gun.
So that's a game changer, man.
right, but like I mean, everything about a hotel sucks.
Yes.
I'm at the point in my life where there is nothing I want to do more than just sleep in my own bed every single night because like the beds are never comfortable. There's always some kind of noise that's throwing you off. You can never get the room to the right temperature you absolutely want it to be, right? Like you're up too early or you're up too late. You never get up on time. I have gotten to the point in my life where I am done. I don't ever want to stay in a hotel again for the rest of my life.
I mean, I would take a nice one, but like
There's no such thing as a nice hotel.
well, like those high-end ones you see on TV.
Even those high-end ones you see on TV. My wife being the queen of points, I have had a chance to stay in some of those nice hotels every once in a while back in the day.
Those I'd take.
No, because it's still a hotel. I get in this argument with my wife all the time.
But at
I
least
mean, it could be the comfiest bed ever, the best pillow ever, and I still can't sleep in a hotel. It takes me a few days. Like unless we're staying somewhere for like a week or something, it takes me days to adjust to sleeping in that new place.
I sleep really good. No, but you're also tall people. And
I
tall
don't know,
people
my
don't
husband
sleep
sleeps
well.
like a baby. Like he loves staying in hotels.
He's got to be rare because big dudes like that
he
don't
loves
sleep
it.
well.
I hate it.
It has nothing to do with body. Like, you have no soul, so you have nothing keeping you up at night.
Oh,
Kimmy's
oh.
husband's actually a good man.
He is
so
a very
can,
nice
He can
man.
go to bed. Kimmy and I, the monsters that we are with a conscience, can't sleep.
Yeah, it only takes like one little thing to throw me off, like the light from the window seeping in or something. Then I'm done. Can't sleep here.
And, like, there's always, like, a 4 o'clock in the morning, like, somebody's pulling in, like, a tractor's like,
The worst one is like the idiot that's got to go for ice. Yes.
3 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
sticking your dong in there. What are we doing here, man? No, but you brought up something as we talk about this story just outside of Batavia Hotel. 2 men checked in early Friday morning. Somebody mistakenly thought they had guns on them. They called the police. Police showed up, found the men. It was 5 o'clock in the morning when the police got there. Searched them, searched the whole hotel. They couldn't find any weapons. It was a mistake. But these poor guys that checked in, now you're wide awake for the rest of the day, man. Cops were just there. You brought up the whole, I have no problem staying in a nicer hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I don't get the idea of nice hotel versus not nice hotel. I don't see any difference between the two of them. It's just a bed and a room. That's all it is.
Well, here's one big reason you stay in a nice hotel is where that nice hotel is located compared to the sketch-ass hotel.
No, because there are even really nice hotels that are in bad neighborhoods in some cities.
All right, well, I've never seen that.
Oh, you never said
No.
I never said,
Usually, like, they're in nice areas where, like, I remember when I had to go look at that lawn furniture with my wife in Ohio. She picked that place in Columbus.
Yes.
It was basically, it was hookers and truckers. That's
Okay.
all it was. Remember there was that sex shop, like, next door, and she was like, I go, this is terrible. I go, this is one of the rundown places I used to stay when I was on a road.
Yeah, but wasn't it nice getting to spend a little time with your mom before you went and found that? Hookers and truckers at some kind
Joke's
of
on you,
post.
she's dead.
Yeah, from all them truckers. No, man, like my wife, I just want to stay at the place that's the closest. And like, here's the thing too: if
Well,
my
convenience is nice. Yeah.
but if my wife wants a nice hotel, I also know we're going to be spending more time in the hotel, which doesn't make sense to me. Like I would, if we're going on vacation to do something,
Yeah.
let's go do something. I didn't spend money to sit in a hotel lobby and do nothing.
Yeah.
Because that's what you'll want to do.
Well, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, for my money. And
Yeah,
also,
you want to get out and go.
and like, look, there is no nice, like, Hampton Inn is the exact perfect spot of hotels.
Yeah.
You get free breakfast.
They're not in bad areas.
There you go, right? Everything's comfortable enough. It's clean
Close to
enough.
everything.
Yeah, I mean, and you're not spending an arm and a leg staying at a Hampton Inn. And this is not an ad for Hampton Inn. This is how much I care about Hampton Inn.
No, and they're priced just right.
Yes.
To keep the creeps away. It's out of a creep's budget. Like they wish.
Creep budget.
Oh, they wish they could bring a hooker there, but they can't do it.
Oh, they're only like 125, 150
Yeah, they're also those guys that sell jewelry out of the back of their trucks.
Again, you're describing a lot of guys we knew back in the day.
Oh yeah, and I don't want to be near those guys.
Do you remember the least amount of money you ever spent on a hotel room?
Yeah, so this was when I first started on the road. It was in '89, and Motel 6 was $16.
Boy, you spent it was $16.
And that was their thing, was $16 a night. And it was a clean, comfortable room.
Yeah.
And I found one that it was like the Taj Mahal. It was on the ocean in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Ooh.
I mean, like you walked out and the beach was right
That's pretty
there.
cool.
I go, it's got to be gone. Like they had to knock that thing down and put a casino or some resort. But like for $16, you sat oceanside. And every time I was on the road, I made sure I made it to Biloxi to score that room for $16. Walk the beach.
Living like a king.
You did.
I spent also at Motel 6.
Yeah.
I spent $28, and I think it was Wadena, Minnesota, in
Okay.
like 2000.
So not oceanfront?
No,
Yeah.
no oceanfront Wadena. But I didn't. It was like this quiet little like Midwestern Minnesota town.
Yeah.
So like I was like, oh, there's nothing that could possibly go wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
And the second the sun went down, it was like a rave in the parking lot of the Motel 6
Oh, yeah.
in Wadena, Minnesota.
All the kids show up.
Yes, every punk ass kid went and got a room to have like a party. And at the time, I was a punk ass kid, so it wasn't that big a deal. But I could only imagine like talking my wife into like staying
Oh.
in a room like that now.
Yes.
And then having that happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Neon cars out in the parking lot. They're doing burnouts. Nobody's saying anything.
The best one was they started shooting off fireworks and stuff.
Didn't have the fireworks.
Oh, God.
All right, so what did we learn here?
We don't want to go to hotels.
Okay, stay out of Wadena, Minnesota.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's impossible to find a way to relax, especially when the cops are banging on your door
Yes.
thinking that you
Look at
have.
weapons.
Exactly. We got a dynamite. Keep your weapons at home kind of break up for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's time for a little hate.
Yep, we got Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. 2 weeks ago, we found a very interesting situation happening here in Rochester. Well, the world, the way it is right now, has some people on edge.
All right, what's going on?
Well,
What's the matter?
I don't know. Allow me to gesture to every international news story for the last month. There are folks that are worried about the end of the world.
Oh, like this is it.
More specifically, nuclear annihilation.
Nuclear.
And that caused some people here in Rochester
Yeah.
to start collecting the addresses of all of the known fallout shelters here in Rochester
Yeah.
and posted them online and saying, hey, if for some reason this happens, here's where you can go. What's silly about that is most of these fallout shelters have not been maintained since the late 1980s.
Yeah, they're relics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And past the point that there wouldn't be like food and water in there, which would be absolutely necessary, there's no guarantee that they're structurally sound.
Yeah.
So, like, all the nuclear bomb could still get all up in there. We laughed about it, the idea behind it.
Yeah. Well, you laugh like a couple of jackasses.
One man did not appreciate that.
You think it's funny? End of the world? You think that's a joke to you?
In this discussion, we also brought up these. There are companies that'll make you prefab bomb shelters that you put
Yeah.
at your house. This man did not buy one of those, but he bought a house that it sounds like had one of those.
Oh, okay, from the old days.
And he says that sold him the house. And there's a reason.
Yeah.
Because you are not a man unless you are doing everything you can to ensure your family's safety in every possible situation.
So he bought a house that already had one of these in it.
That's what it
So
sounds
this
like.
thing's got to be ancient.
Well,
He's going to sit down there and watch Ed Sullivan?
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
Yes, she
I
does.
do.
Who's Ed Sullivan?
Like a late night host.
Hey, close enough.
Okay.
I give that one to
She's
you.
putting for par.
Yeah, it's that bad. That bad.
So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, what happened?
There are standard things that men will do to make sure that they are presentable
Oh yeah.
Right.
Like grooming.
Yeah,
a
you
lot?
got it. You got it. There is a new trend that men are doing that not only is strange,
Yeah.
it turns out it's dangerous because you don't think about eye health all that much.
Eye health.
The health of your eyeballs.
Okay.
But it turns out doing this thing that men are doing to look manlier, is having dire consequences. Both of these things are ridiculous, Tommy.
Wait, like they could lose it?
Not lose. Well, I guess in the long term. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You got to try and make yourself look presentable.
Yeah, groom it up.
One of the good things of being a guy is there's not much expected of us.
Yeah, a little bit goes a long way.
You got it, or at least so we thought, because things are starting to change. In fact, so much that this thing you've never heard of before,
Yeah.
and it's actually really, really bad for a very important part of your body.
Is it necessary?
Well, no, of course it's not
I
necessary.
mean, like, would somebody notice, like, oh my God, you look great.
These men believe it, and it is amazing what guys will do in an effort to try and look a little bit tougher.
Oh, tougher.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We're all sinners, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
But it turns out some of us sin more than others. In fact, some states sin more than others. And we are sitting in a state right now
Yeah.
that may be sinful.
So this is Sin City.
Well, Sin State.
Sin State.
We'll get into it.
All right.
It's after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Men across America
Mm-hmm.
are cutting their eyelashes to appear more manly.
So just trimming them?
I guess, like cutting them down
Yeah.
lower than what they
Okay.
are.
What?
So it's been a new trend that has shown up amongst younger guys.
Yeah.
Apparently, the look of long eyelashes is feminine,
Well, okay.
which is a problem
All right.
because I have wonderful lashes.
I've never really noticed a man's eyelashes.
Really.
Like I just it's
Pat,
not even a thought.
You look like some Southern belle.
I
They
would
got hit in the face with an actual bell.
I do declare.
I would think like if you got rid of your lashes, it would just look like something's missing that you couldn't put your finger on.
I would think like a
There's
lighter blew up
something
in your
missing
face
from
or
your
something.
face.
Like you went to light a
Yeah.
joint.
So it's not getting rid of them completely.
Yeah,
It's
just trimming.
Right,
trimming them
right.
down. It's like closer to your
But
eye.
then it would just look like you're wearing eyeliner.
So apparently this is now being offered by barbers as well, where they will
Alright.
take a
And
razor.
by the way, how are barbers like? They probably
Trained.
don't do this very often. I can see like a beautician doing it
I don't know.
Yeah.
with some old shaky Italian hand up by your eyes.
I don't think it's those kind of barbers. I think it's
Alright.
like cooler, younger barbers.
Okay, alright.
Anyway, so it turns out for health reasons, you should not do this.
Yeah.
So what do your eyebrows do?
Eyelashes.
Oh,
Eyelashes.
eyelashes.
So first off, razor near your eye is a bad idea.
Oh,
all
well,
the
yes,
time.
Yeah.
Right, okay. But it turns out your eyelashes do serve a purpose. They
Oh,
keep
yeah.
dirt, dust, and other debris out of your eye. They also keep germs and bacteria from like spreading and doing stuff like that.
All right.
They also, it turns out, your eyelashes protect light rays from getting in at certain points, and your eyes dry out the shorter your eyelashes are. Bottom line is this: ophthalmologists say whatever eyelash length you have, that's by design.
Don't mess with it.
Don't
There's
F
a
with
reason,
it. Okay.
like we evolved to have eyelashes, right?
Well, I don't. Do other animals have eyelashes?
Oh, they all do.
Well, I'm saying like, well,
All the
probably
mammals
a
do.
lot of
Are you
them
sure?
do.
Every mammal got an eyelash.
I feel like anything with fur has.
Like even
eyelashes.
like the whales got eyelash.
no.
They do.
He's basing it on all the cartoon whales he's ever seen.
Although the girl ones when they like wink at the boy whales.
I do declare I'm a whale. I mean, this is surprising for men going as far as to trim your
It
eyelashes.
seems like such a waste. Like to Kimmy's point, nobody's gonna notice it. You're just gonna like screw up your
Yeah,
eyeballs.
if anything, I would just think it looks strange.
Well, it could be
You're
one of
not
those.
used to
And
it.
it doesn't stick out like the nose hair, the ears, the brows.
Yeah.
You look
Of all
ridiculous.
the things to trim.
It's the least to
Yeah.
worry about. Your ball area.
Okay, so let's break this down. 252 WCMF 252-9263. What hair is appropriate for men to get rid of on their bodies? And we'll start with the standard: beard, mustache, front, and back neck. That's standard. Get rid of unless you have a beard or a mustache.
All right.
Okay. After that,
All right.
what is appropriate for a man to shave or trim?
Number one's the nose.
Okay, so nose you got to shave. For
When you
trim.
see a guy with that, it just looks gross. Like there's stuff growing out of his nostrils.
I do think a guy looks tougher with nose hair.
To who?
It gives you that like old school like cowboy like Sam Elliott. Checking out my nose.
I think
Well, I know your fantasy.
I mean, look, he's a rugged man. What can I say?
Sam Elliott.
Well,
You know he's got nose hair, bro.
the nose hair, I guess you could blend if you have like a really heavy mustache or something.
Well, no, that just looks like a water slide
Yeah.
into your face.
But the thing that bothers me more is the ear hair,
Ear
and I
is a big
didn't know
one.
that until I used to work with a guy who had terrible ear hair to the point where you didn't even have to see him from the side to see his ear hair. You would
It's
look
like
at him
fur.
straight on, and it would be sticking out of
Yeah.
his ears longer than his hair.
okay, question: are we talking the hair in the ears or the hair on?
Both.
the
I'm
ears?
talking about the hair
Both.
in the ears.
But they both. Like you got to trim all of it.
I mean, is ear hair that big a deal?
It looks. You look old.
You
And
don't
look,
think
You look
so?
ungroomed. And the other one's your brows.
No, I'm never touching my brows.
I get mine done every time I get my haircut.
Yeah, but you guys have dainty eyebrows. Like,
But
have
I
you
keep
ever
them that
seen?
way.
Have you ever seen like the brows that are just overtaking somebody's face? Like,
But that's
those
me
could
if I don't
use-
trim.
Are they?
I go
okay,
total
well,
Groucho.
good for you. You got.
And I know you know it is, but
You got nice eyebrows.
thank you. See?
But yeah, like I've seen it them like get out of control. It's like just shape them up a little, man.
No, why? What's the point?
Because you look disheveled. You look. It looks grimy and dirty.
See, the eyebrows are a bridge too far for me.
Why?
Just because. I mean,
it's the main focal point of your stupid face.
Bro, you're married. You're not impressing anybody. Even
But I don't want to look. I don't want to look like some disheveled old man walking around with my mouth open looking for canned soup.
What does it matter? What does it matter? No,
wouldn't it bother you though if you're talking to somebody like if somebody has a full on unibrow where it's connected in the middle?
Young guys, it's the worst,
I won't be able to look at anything else on your face but that unibrow. And
yeah.
they gotta know. They gotta know that's
you
what
look like an
everybody's
ape.
looking at.
It's almost like caveman. Like I'm waiting for that like protruding forehead.
When it comes to the eyebrows, unless you are single or your partner pulls you aside and says, "I would really prefer."
But your wife wants you to look nice too.
If she's not going to say anything to me about it, I'm not going to do it. Seriously.
Why?
Because it's just work that's not necessary.
Oh my God! You grew a beard and you had to maintain it, which is completely unnecessary because you could shave every day.
Well, no, because my wife said to me, "I like you with a beard. The less face, the better." She had said that to my face. I'm not even kidding.
I understand.
Okay, look who's talking.
She's one of the good ones.
You got a neck that you have to cover up with cloth. You're talking to me about my beard.
Well, it's getting saggy, but again, I don't want. I want to grow old and not gracefully. I don't want to look.
This is growing old gracefully?
This is as good as I get.
Yeah?
What?
Again, like, I don't think there would be much of a difference if you had bigger eyebrows. Like, nobody's looking at your eyebrows with a grill like that.
If I had full-on brow, full-on neck, you would get grossed out.
I think you know what it is?
I would look like a reptile with a hormonal imbalance.
It looks weird if you trim certain things on your face and not others.
For example.
So, like, let's say you because we've seen this before. You're a guy who regularly goes to the salon, gets his hair dyed, takes care of, like, it shaves, does his hair, but then you let your eyebrows go.
Yeah, it looks like it's mismatched.
It's like,
it's got to be uniform.
Yeah, you got to do it all or none at all.
Did you go to military school too, Kimmy?
No, I just think it stands out more. Like now I'm really focused on your eyebrows if you maintain everything else.
Yeah, she's right. If you either don't do it or do it all.
Yeah.
Go all in.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the story. Young guys are starting to cut their eyelashes because long eyelashes apparently are feminine. The shorter the eyelash, the tougher you look. And we're talking about what is and isn't appropriate to trim on a man. All right, let's get away from the face.
Yeah,
let's start.
I got another one.
All right, go ahead.
Nails.
No, that's not hair.
No, but you said trim and clip.
Yes, of course you clip your nails.
No, a lot of guys don't.
There are guys.
They don't.
It's amazing how long guys will let that go.
That freaks me. When I see a guy with long nails, I always, unless you're a coke dealer in the 70s, man, that creeps me out.
You could be like the best looking guy at the bar, but I'm out if your nails are like icky.
I agree, but yeah, if the guy's got long nails, he's a weirdo anyway. No non-weirdo dude keeps long nails.
I think you'd be surprised. Sometimes I notice it, and I'm
really?
like, why?
Well, she's a woman. She looks.
Those,
all right,
man.
I want you to point it out next time you see it.
Okay.
Right.
We probably got some in the building.
Probably.
Oh, you know what? I know one.
Who is it?
I can't.
You pussy
might have come in from the West Coast, though. Long nail country.
No, that kid trims his nails.
I don't know, bro.
Oh, wait, you think Moose got long nails?
I didn't say Moose.
Yeah, West Coast, huh?
No, the other guy, but he's not here. He was a West Coaster.
Going back to hair.
Big time.
All right, so we're away from the face.
So you're just talking hair.
Back shaving, is that okay?
Well, it's good if you do. I don't because it's just too far down.
So you don't shave your back?
No,
Kimmy,
but my wife doesn't see my back.
So I shave my back, you shave your husband's back.
Sure do.
But I do it for comfort, not for look. Is your husband the same way?
No, I think he does it for looks because it bugs him. Like he gets self-conscious about it.
But he's a big muscular guy.
Yeah, but it's kind of patchy too. Like I think he'd be more comfortable if it was like full on evenly spaced back hair. But I think because it's patchy, he wants it all gone.
Does he shave his whole body? Like, because in that picture, it doesn't look like he's got hair.
Yeah,
no, I'm looking at his chest. It doesn't look hairy.
Chest. He's not like a super hairy guy, so like he doesn't have a ton of chest hair.
By the way, the picture he's referring to,
yes.
We have again a picture of his sexy fireman's calendar behind us, and Tommy is now studying.
Well, I'm
like
looking
it's
at
the Magna Carta
because I'm not seeing any hair on it.
Yeah, no, he does shave his chest.
All right, so let's talk about chest shaving. I never got smooth-chested guys.
But
just
again,
weren't interested.
No, I'm saying I don't get it.
Again,
I don't.
let's say yours was really like patchy, like you only had it in certain areas.
Okay, I guess yeah.
But I hate it.
Why?
I hate having all this hair.
I like
It's
my chest
sweaty.
hair.
It's gross.
Makes me feel like a man.
Like they dry off when you get out of the shower. Like to not have body hair would be great.
Well, my husband also shaves his chest too because he says that the hair makes his shirts fit weird.
Okay, so that's why I do it on my back.
They
but
catch on things
Yeah.
sometimes.
how coarse is your chest hair?
It's very wire. It's like speaker wire.
Like I'll do the back, but only for comfort.
Yeah. What about your pubes? You shave down the
I
pubes?
trim the pubes.
Yeah, I run them down low.
Oh, I thought you went scorched earth.
No, I run it right up to the shaft.
Okay.
But it's like really low.
So I'll go 5 o'clock shadow on the pubes.
All right.
But that's not for me. That's not a me thing.
So you
that's
go
not
5
for,
o'clock
like,
shadow, like
comfort. It doesn't like bother you to be hairy down there.
Okay, so here's the thing. In the summertime, if I let it way go,
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
Oh,
that'll
so
be a
I always thought
problem.
You
Yeah.
kind of did it for comfort too.
Where I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm like hacking down there with a machete, like trying
but my
to go to the
sack is
bathroom.
completely bare.
How do you do that?
Slowly.
No, seriously.
And not before coffee.
With your shaky ass old hands?
No, I do it. I shave it. I shave my sack once a day. In the shower.
You daily shave your sack.
You have to, man, because you keep. I don't want stubble. It's way easier to shave it consistently like that. But
So your sack looks like Sam Elliott.
yes.
Oh, he won't stop putting a razor in it. No, I mean, I think you need. I don't want to go bare sack because then I'm going to feel like a 7-year-old boy. Like I need body hair. No, I'm saying, Kimmy, like that, the pubes.
Well, are you more scared to shave it? 'Cause
I'm
you're
terrified to
taking
shave
a
it.
razor
I
down
am.
there?
No, because I got to stretch the thing out. It's like an oatmeal cookie.
No,
I
you
don't
have to. You gotta catch it when your sack is tight.
Okay.
So
What?
when you catch, if your sack is drooping, when my sack is tight, I go in and I do the shave quick.
Well, then how do you get all the
Can you
hair off if
control
it's
that?
tight?
It does.
No, you
It
can't
comes out-
control the tightness. You got
Say.
Yeah.
it just happens.
Once it's nice and tight, I shave it. I don't have any problem. I have no stubble.
Seriously?
I'm telling you.
No,
man.
the only way that I
I'm like a diamond cutter down there.
no, there's no chance. Have you nicked your sack?
No, and I've been
You've
doing.
never nicked your sack.
Never. I nicked my shaft once or twice,
Ah!
but like really light. It wasn't like bloody.
So do you go razor?
Yeah, I just use my razor.
Okay, so like when I'm trimming downstairs,
But you use like a hand scissor.
yeah, I'll use a scissor because I
That
scissor
seems
my
more
beard.
dangerous.
So there's one time where I clipped myself down there with a set of scissors, like lightly.
Yeah.
But it was like
Oh,
like
yeah.
every fire alarm
Oh,
in
yeah.
the world went off at the same time.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Can you get that lasered? Like, you know how like women, like we can get pretty much any body hair lasered. Like
Yeah.
I don't think there's like an issue there. But is that an area on your body that you can have lasered, or is it too
Why not?
painful?
I've never looked into it. I wouldn't want to.
Well, I mean, chicks
I'm-
do their vaginas.
That's,
Yeah.
well,
sensitive.
that's what I'm saying. Like I've never heard of a guy doing that though to that area.
Yeah, but let me put it this way: like if you're digging a hole, it's
Yeah.
hard to destroy that hole. If you're building a tower, a lot of things can take that tower
That's
down.
true.
You build your tower strong and tall. Heaven knows it's got to fall someday.
It would just be weird to go in and get that done.
Just like all
No,
splayed out.
you're laid out. There's a scene in 007, I think it changed, Dr. No, when there's like that laser coming in between his legs and he's tied down like that. And I just see myself looking like Sean Connery. You're called out a set of balls, do you?
Wait, why is somebody else's balls
I don't
out?
know.
No, I would be
Oh.
I would be horrified that they would slip or something.
Yeah.
Right? I'll shave. I don't need it gone.
But it
for
would be nice to have it just gone.
Yeah, but what if like that? What if
Because guys used to put Nair down there. I know that.
that can't be healthy?
No, because the hair just falls off like chemo. And then it comes
yeah, but
back
Nair,
slowly.
Of
Nair
all of
is,
the
you,
things
you
you
got to be
coulda
careful with
compared-
Nair.
What? Yeah, hair falls out with chemo. What is it, like a state secret?
No, I'm just saying. Like, hey, we're having fun right here. Well, chemotherapy. Tommy Muley. How's it going? Let's talk about famine too. Carrie Ann writes us as we're talking about the appropriate body hair as a man to get
Yeah.
rid of. She says, "My dad was the
Okay, how does she know about her dad?
if you'd let me finish it, I could tell you.
I
My
used to shave my paw with a straight razor.
my dad was the manliest of men. I would cut his hair, and he had me trim his eyebrows. His request.
And he was a man. He was a big old man.
She doesn't say anything about his balls. I don't
They
know.
don't make men like my daddy anymore. I'd trim his balls, but they were so sore.
The most important one.
But it was banging up against mama all night.
Where do we stand on ass shaving?
Why would you shave your ass?
Well, who wants a hairy ass?
Who wants
Yeah,
my
but it's
ass,
not a
period?
Spot that people see.
You mean like my crack or my hole?
No, I mean like your cheeks.
Like the whole ass.
Yeah,
if
I'm
you have
wondering.
a hairy butt.
Does
How
any-
would you even...
Well, okay, so
But
that's the problem.
then that's weird though because where do you stop? let's say you have super hairy legs too.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, it would
you
look
just,
weird.
So you would just have a
Chemo
butt. You would just have like a super smooth
Ass.
butt, and then it would just get at one straight line. It would get hairy.
It would
again.
look like a sun rising over a meadow.
It would
So
look
you would
very
have to trim your
strange.
balls in because, like, if your balls were like apish,
Yeah.
and then you had smooth, as you said, a young boy butt, that would look weird.
I didn't say young boy.
No,
No,
butt.
you
said
said
that.
you didn't
I,
want your balls
I
feeling
said
like
I
this.
didn't want to look like I was 7 with. You
So you
said
would have
young boy butt.
You would have a 7-year-old boy's butt with manly old rough ass trucker balls.
I'm guessing if you're shaving your ass, you're also trimming your pubes.
So do you go all the
Yeah,
way
but-
down to the hole?
no, I don't
I
do
mean,
it.
like down into the pit.
I don't do it. I'm
Well,
asking.
and I think I'd be more concerned with where to stop at the legs than anything else.
But what woman would care? Like, well, no woman wants any part of your ass.
I don't know. I mean, there are women that like their husband's butts.
Yeah, but they like them at a distance. It's not like they're diving into it.
It
But
would
they're
be
not going face deep into your crack.
My wife will squeeze my butt every once in a while.
No, but I'm saying like sexually tear up your butt. She's not touching it.
What?
She doesn't want your butt.
There are women that are attracted to their husband's
No,
butt.
not like
How do
sexually.
you know that you're not getting a handful of butt when things
No,
are
I'm saying they're
happening?
not like down there.
Yeah, no, well, okay, there are some women that do that too.
I understand that, but those chicks will do any butt, man.
Put that on a T-shirt, sell in the rock shop. Those chicks will do any butt.
Man.
Perfect transition, because let's talk sinning, buddy. That's definitely a sin.
Oh,
You're gonna-
that might be number one sin in the book.
You're gonna
man.
burn in hell.
I'm surprised that's not even in chapter 1, like even before creation.
God created the green. Don't go near his butt. New York is a place where a lot of bad things happen.
Oh yeah, how are we that high though?
Well, what do you mean? How are we that high?
I mean, there's other worse places.
Well, that's just it. We're not
No.
top of the list here. But I am surprised where we show up as high on this list as we do, because I'm with you. There are other places that maybe are as bad, just not openly.
Yeah, so that's a great point because I say the closer to the Lord, the bigger you've sinned.
Ooh, and we'll get into it next year's break room on CMF. We're all sinners, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
But it turns out the residents of New York State
Yeah.
are sinning more than most.
Are we riding high on the sin?
Well, at least according to the study we have in front of us. But these bad things, they don't include like killing people or stealing.
Yeah.
These, Tommy,
More like vices?
yeah, they're more sins of the everyday variety.
All right.
Yeah. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Relationships are hard. Relationships are harder when there's an ex that has to be involved,
Well, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But it turns out there are 2 women that are screaming at the top of their lungs, it doesn't have to be this way. And you can follow our example, that life is much easier when your ex and your current partner, are close.
Close.
And we'll get into the story.
Why would they be close?
Well,
Right.
maybe they just get along. Some
Right.
people like each other. We'll get into it.
Kind of weird.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. In front of us,
Yeah.
a study, the most sinful states in America. And the criteria they use.
What do they say?
The sins they go with: anger and hatred, jealousy, vices, greed, lust, vanity, and laziness. And they rank each state based on a point system where those things fall. We're talking biblical stuff, Tom.
Okay.
And based on the criteria in front of us,
Yeah.
New York, not great.
Oh.
We are just outside the top 10 nationally in the most sinful
Wow.
of states. Now, those criteria we gave you: anger and hatred, jealousy, vices, greed, lust, and vanity. Where do you think New York lands the worst?
Of
All those ones I
vices.
just named.
Well, usually I think like was lust. You said.
Lust was in there.
All right, lust kind of popped into my head.
Okay.
I'll go with lust.
Lust was not great. Was not great.
All right.
When it came to lust, how they measured lust, they measured internet searches for adult entertainment
Yeah.
and arrests for prostitution. And in that way, we were not good. Is that a good way to measure lust?
Prostitution.
And searches for adult entertainment?
Well, I would say porn would be one.
I think that's what they're trying to say here.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good one.
Okay. I don't know. There's a lot more things involving lust I think you could use to
Oh, sure.
judge,
Yeah.
right? The worst, Kimmy, do you want to take a shot of anger, jealousy?
I was gonna say vices.
Okay.
Based on like climate and stuff, like maybe we are indoors doing things that aren't so healthy.
Okay. No.
Okay.
The worst one we were,
What are we doing?
anger and hatred. We are an
Okay.
angry and hateful state here in New
Well, I
York.
wonder if New York City drives them numbers up.
Yeah, I don't know. Every phone call we've ever taken, ever. Hey, we're having fun here. Let me tell you why everything sucks. We're talking. We started about the water department.
All right.
I mean, look, if there's one thing that I will agree with,
Anger.
folks here in New York State, we get angry pretty fast.
But I figure every state's got angry people.
A little more skeptical than others, which may lead to some anger.
All right.
I always
Potential
thought
hatred.
the skepticism came from anger. The anger didn't come from
yeah,
skepticism.
Maybe chicken or the egg. I don't know.
Well, New York has an arrogance about itself compared to the rest of the country because we think we're better. I mean, we literally called ourselves the Empire State.
Well, we are the Empire
and then
State.
built a building to reinforce that, to shove it up to God. I
Yeah.
mean, so we are a little. I always thought that we were very arrogant.
So when it comes to the worst parts of this study, we were
Yeah.
bad in anger and hatred. We were bad in lust and laziness, or bad in lust, and we were also bad in laziness. And laziness might be the funniest measuring stick of all. of them.
Okay.
They looked at rates of adults who don't exercise, how many hours do we work on average, how much we volunteer, how much time we spend watching TV, and the high school graduation rate. And based on all of those, New York is lazy.
Oh wow.
Are people in the state of New York lazy?
I
Do you find it
I
easy?
would think we're lazy.
Says
I mean,
man
it's-
who works 4 hours a day sitting in a leather chair talking for a living.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Guy who goes home and does nothing but watch TV, has not volunteered a minute of his life, exercises for 30 minutes a week when he does his push-ups, and didn't actually graduate high school. You literally hit every tick of laziness in this study.
But outside of me,
It could be. Do we not have like when it comes to laziness? I'm just saying like purely like physical movement. Do we not have as many like walkable cities or towns here?
Compared to other states?
Yeah.
I mean, New York is the most walkable city of the world.
But like, I mean, just climate wise too.
Okay.
but there's
I don't know,
like
we're not
southern
out and
cities
about.
that have like horrible they're fat. They don't move. Like Houston is one of the fattest, unhealthiest cities, and they don't walk because there's no place to walk in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, Kimmy. So
Yeah.
you're saying that there are other places lazier
Well,
than...
you would think like Houston, they got great weather, right?
Sure,
And you
yeah.
should be able to get out more, but they don't.
Okay, well, it's also 1,000 degrees half the year.
But I mean, you're not going to slip in the ice, and you're not going to die, from the wind chill.
Okay. All right, so with us finding out that we are just outside the top 10 of the most sinful states in America. Now, I'm not going to sit here and argue that we are great, that we're not great. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
However, the ranking we have at 11 may not be fair because the one good thing about living in the state of New York,
What's that?
you pretty much always know where you stand with the people who live around you. Folks who live in New York State, we are unapologetically ourselves.
Okay.
Like, if you like porn, you're probably not ashamed.
Yeah.
If you don't exercise, you'll explain why you don't exercise. We have no problem stating out loud who we hate and why we hate them.
Vocal
All right.
about things,
All right.
not putting up a front.
Exactly. And that may make us feel like we are worse than other places. Because I'm willing to guess there are plenty of other states just as bad as us that care more about their reputations, and that makes them look like less sinful places.
Yes.
Leo, you said something coming into the break.
Yeah, southern states.
You said closer to
the Lord, bigger to sin. Because I can remember years ago, Time Warner, when they used to have, a lot of pay-per-view before, like, free porn, there was a study done on where people watched it the most.
Okay.
And it was the Bible Belt. Like, blew away everybody's doors and watching pay-for-porn on cable.
And that movie was one of the highest watched ones.
Oh, yeah.
Blew away
Yeah.
behind closed doors.
1 and 2.
No, I mean, like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because
Doing it
you
behind
don't,
closed
you claim you're all this,
Yeah, you have to do it in secret.
Jesus boy, but you doing dirty in the bedroom.
I mean, anybody that's ever spent time in the Bible Belt, you know it's a different place when the sun goes down. And like a place like Florida, it's full of folks who used to live in New York, but somehow they left all their sins behind when they moved
Florida
to
should rank way at the top of everything.
So it turns out there are actually things we did really well at.
Okay, like what?
Again, as we go down the list, we were bad with anger and hatred. We were bad with lust, and we were bad with laziness. However, when it comes to New Yorkers, we did really well when it came to vices. We were 6 spots away from best when it came to
booze and drugs.
Okay, so they measured vices with obesity, drinking, smoking, marijuana users, and debt-to-income ratio.
Man, I thought we would have been bad with the booze.
No, we have decent self-control.
Because it's so easy to buy booze here compared to some states where you got to go to those state-controlled joints.
Yeah, no, we did really, really well.
All right.
I mean, maybe that's why we hate everyone else so much. We're not fully indulging in our vices.
All right.
We're also not very greedy in New York, according to this study.
Oh.
We give to charity. We don't have a ton of casinos or gambling-related arrests, and we have a low number of people arrested for embezzlement compared to other places.
Man, you think with New York City, like the embezzlement crap? All right.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I just studied in front of me. So when it comes to New York, we like to touch ourselves and see prostitutes. We like to tell everyone why we don't like them. But we're not a bunch of smoking drunks who are going to try and steal from you.
Okay.
And I guess on the whole, doesn't sound like the worst place to live, right?
No.
Right?
Kind of pleasant.
Can either of you guys guess the least sinful state in America?
It's Utah.
No.
Oh, that's a good guess.
No, if it ain't, it's close.
Alaska.
No.
Alaska's
bad.
Well, I'm just
Alaska's
thinking
bad at everything,
population-wise.
man. That's a rough-ass state.
Yeah, no, you ain't kidding. The least sinful state in America.
So I said Utah.
Wyoming.
Nope. Idaho.
All right. Well, in that general area, the upper Midwest or West. But again, it's so spread out.
I would
You know
think
what I
like
mean? Hard to get to anything.
the least, like if you're
I ain't going all the way to Boise to get laid.
the more spread out, the less interaction you're having. You're having less interaction, less people. It would lead to less anger towards people.
Oh, I did. Really? Yeah. Why don't you go to some of these farms in Idaho and ask about the federal government?
All right, whatever happened there?
No, I just meant like your day-to-day interactions.
Okay, but I'll
you know?
counterpoint that. Like isolation, I would think would lead to more drinking, more marijuana,
But you
more
also have a
pornography.
smaller population, too.
I think it's per capita.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So who's the nastiest state?
Nevada.
Okay.
Yeah. It was Nevada. No, but when you look at the bottom 5, Idaho, New Hampshire, Vermont, Utah, and Wyoming in that order.
All places you don't want to go.
The most boring of places
Yeah, you
to
don't.
live.
Nobody brags about going to those places.
So what's funny is Utah used to be, for years and years
Yeah,
and years,
what happened?
Professional sports.
Ah, okay. Thank you,
All right.
NBA.
I mean, in all seriousness, the NHL showed up.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And they're looking to get a base. Like, they're changing things to bring in more business. And I think
All right.
it does seem like since
They
those
loosened
things
up
started,
a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
And then they sink,
it's bringing
which is
in-
right next to Nevada. Oh, that's true, too. Maybe some of the Nevada's going to rub it off on.
Or the people from Utah are so the sin is so low because they're going to Nevada to go do
All
all
right.
their sinning. Who the hell knows, Thomas? But I guess the bottom line is this,
What's that?
right? According to all the theology classes I took,
What?
just because you're sinning doesn't mean that everything's going to end terribly. right?
Oh, okay.
There's ways to repent. Repent, I say!
So you can turn to the Lord.
Or just keep doing what you're doing and try
I'm
not
too
to hurt.
lazy to change.
Just don't hurt anybody else. You'll be fine,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. You know, you should go out of your way to make sure everybody is comfortable as much as you can.
Oh, sure.
And I guess that's the basis of this next discussion, because there are two women who have become, I guess, semi-famous in the last 2 weeks.
What'd they do?
Well, they're here to help people with their relationships, and they are not psychologists. They're not relationship experts. They are speaking from personal experience.
But they're getting paid to like tell you how to do it?
They're not getting paid at all.
Oh.
This is a free service they're doing.
Damn.
These women are bonded by one very unique thing, and they did not let this unique thing stand in the way of them becoming best friends.
Yeah.
And they are here to tell you that the only way, if you are in this situation, for your life to be smooth, is to make sure you are best friends with the person who used to be with your spouse.
That's weird.
We'll get into the story.
Because it's not going to stay like that.
These women are the best of friends.
How long? How long has it been doing it?
We'll get into it. Hey, open mind here.
I got a super open mind. What are you talking about?
Talking about. Well, let's talk about it.
Wide open.
Next here in the break room. Let's CMF. The argument being made here, Tommy?
What's that, buddy?
The best way to live your life in a second marriage is this way.
Okay, this is a formula.
Well, I don't know how much of a formula it is. It's just these women, they did it, and they say it's great.
This is based on women's relationships.
These two women
All right.
specifically.
All right.
Now, I know there are going to be people who argue this is a complete and total nightmare.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you would be mixing two very different people from two very different parts of your existence.
Mm-hmm.
But, Tommy, if they did get along and they want to spend time together, it would make you look suspicious if you tried to shut the whole thing down.
But they both know your crank intimately. And they're hanging out together. Doesn't that creep you out?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, we've seen some Mom Vic stories where you go, wow, that's ballsy.
Well, we got a new one?
Well, here's the thing. I don't even know, Kimmy, if this counts as a Mom Vic story because age-wise it doesn't really line up.
Yeah. You
Little
can still
on the
be a
young
mom.
side?
Yeah, you're right. It's up for debate.
That being said, there are people, when we see these Mom Vic stories, that will come up with all kinds of reasons why they shouldn't be punished severely, why they may have done the things that they did.
Yeah.
There is one place you can steal from where no one will ever have any sympathy for you. And it might be this.
Oh, man.
And we'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. A story in the Post this week
What did I say?
talks about two women with one thing in common. A husband.
All right.
Haley, who was 35, she married a man named Josh, and they were together for 5 years. They had 3 kids together.
Oh, wow.
But after that 5 years, things weren't working out all that well. They decided to split. Both went their separate ways, and they were co-parenting as a divorced couple.
Yeah.
Josh, the husband,
Yeah.
then met 31-year-old Morgan, and eventually things got serious. He married Morgan. She is now the stepmother to Haley and Josh's 3 kids. So far, standard divorce story.
Yeah.
However, there's a reason we're talking about these women.
What happened?
They say they are best friends.
Oh.
And they weren't best friends before.
They met through this situation.
You
Wow.
got it. They
Wow.
did not know each other before the second woman started dating the ex-husband. But the family dynamic, the stepmom situation, for whatever reason, brought them close. And they started to hang out. Haley, who was the first wife, said she got really close to her ex-husband's new wife when that new wife got pregnant with her ex-husband's child.
All right.
It said it made her see this woman in a new light. And now the pair do everything together. They live less than a mile away from each other. They say they talk to each other more than any other of their friends. They work out together. They go on vacations together. They shop together. They hang by the pool together. They are besties who share a father of their children and at one point, a husband. And these women, Tommy, say the best way to raise a family in this situation is to do exactly what they did. Become best friends with your husband's ex and spend all the time you can together. I mean, you would obviously, Tommy, like
one big extended family.
it's what it feels like here.
Yeah.
Now, Tommy, you would obviously have things in common if you were both willing to marry the same man,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So I'll ask you this.
Yeah.
After hearing that whole story, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, do these women have a good idea?
No.
You know, you want to think about it?
And I did think about it.
I was thinking while you were talking.
I would know. I listened to the whole thing. It's going to blow up. I understand right now that they're great and they're besties and they're hanging out. It's going to go off the rails. And when it goes off the rails, because you're so intertwined, it's going to be even uglier. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. Why do you?
She's going to come home one day pissed off about something she said, and you're going to have to hear about it.
She could do that with any family member or friend
Yeah,
anyways,
but this
right?
one's different. This is a time bomb. It's going to go off the rails, and it's going to get ugly.
So this has been happening for like 6 years, by the way. So this is not a new thing for them.
Okay.
So-
I first of all, I don't want my ex around, and I don't want her
Well,
talking
this is
about
also
us.
the mother of your kids.
Yeah, so
don't
she's-
forget.
she's
Okay,
gonna be
I
around.
get that, but
tied
that's
with
like
kids.
soccer practice and go over here. Not like we're taking
Yeah.
vacations.
You don't think
and
it's
crap?
healthier to be that way?
No.
though?
What are you, French?
Do the French do?
I think it's better
French
for the
do everything,
kids.
man. How good they going?
French do everything. How good they going?
They going
you
so good.
can't give me a single example of how the French do this. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
I think it's better for the kids to see your parents that way, especially if you now have like a half sibling, right? Like so these kids are like you said, it's kind of like one big extended family at this point. So you want everybody to get along. I get being friendly and having a good relationship.
But this
with
is
the
way
ex,
beyond that.
But it would be a little strange to call that person your best friend. I do also think it helps though that these women didn't know each other prior to
Marrying the same man.
Yeah, marrying the same guy. So like there's no history there. There's no speculation of like was something going on beforehand. Like it's a brand new relationship. Like they met after the relationship was already over.
So he says. Okay.
True.
Now listen. I need you to listen.
I'm listening.
I knew you were going to be anti this without listening to the story.
I'm just thinking of scenario, but no, I'm listening.
To Kimmy's point.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because, look, I know there are people that are co-parenting with someone you divorced. And I also know there are people whose ex and wife have to interact with each
I
other.
understand.
Same with
understand.
husbands. Goes
Yeah.
the opposite way. Could you either A, be besties with your current spouse's ex, or B, would you be okay if your ex and current partner hung out together?
Because you got to hang there too. If she's around all the time
Yeah.
on vacations and stuff, and then you got to do stuff together, like small talk and hanging out and cocktails and
But you're
dinner.
going to have to do that anyway with the kids.
And don't you
a
think-
With the
little,
kids.
a little bit.
I think you're underestimating.
It'd be weird too. Like I'm in a room
Yeah.
with two chicks that have both tasted. Like, and then
Okay,
we're all
that can
hanging
happen.
out.
You realize like that probably happens more than you think.
Especially in this town.
Yeah.
No, but
like-
it's
It's like
compounded.
it's like an old country buffet.
But like you're taking a road trip. Let's say we're all going to Myrtle Beach.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in 12 hours in a car, and I have munched on two chicks in this car.
Well, that's your weird mind. thinking
Weird
that.
mind, it happened.
Well, I know, but
Like
that's
I know what
but
both
my
of your
point
vaginas
is,
look like.
Okay, but
I
my
get it, man.
Okay.
But
Getting-
but can you take somebody seriously when you've done like the nasty with?
You're
yes,
saying you can't take any, but you don't.
I'm talking
Wait.
nasty,
You're saying that you
pre-married
don't
nasty.
respect. You don't respect anybody you've slept with in the past. or
In
had
his
a
defense,
relationship
in his
the
defense,
past.
I don't respect any women that slept with him either.
Be careful.
It was a joke, Kimmy.
Wasn't when I was doing it. Oh, I was all business. No, but yes.
No. To her point, that's effed up that you cannot respect a woman that you've had sex with,
Well, if she's so low to sleep with me,
like your wife.
no, she's one of the good ones.
Too
No,
mu-
but like after you've seen somebody naked, it does kind of change things.
I've seen you naked.
It kind of changed things.
It didn't
man.
change anything except this feeling I have inside for you. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the story in the Post this week. Two women, Haley, 35 years old, met a man named Josh. They were married for 5 years. They had 3 kids together. Eventually, the marriage dissolved. They separate. Josh meets a 31-year-old woman named Morgan. Things get serious with her. Haley, the ex-wife, and Morgan, the current wife, have become best friends. They talk about in this article how it's the best way to be. They're co-parenting. They have kids, all of them together. They live less than a mile away. They hang out more than they do.
But they're more like close relatives,
Yeah.
really.
Yes, they're besties.
Yeah.
They are besties, and they are here screaming in this article, this is the best way to raise a split family and that you should go out of your way to do it. So to Kimmy's point a second ago, right? Look, together they have like 8, 9 kids,
Yeah.
all under the age of 15. Kids being close is important. Having the kids having both mom and dad as active parents would be important. I mean, if you want that bond, stepmom, stepdad are gonna be around.
Yeah.
Right?
All right.
Do you look at these women as mature or immature?
I don't know.
Think about it.
I mean, I think they think they're being very progressive and hip and new age for sure.
I
don't think it's as uncommon as you think it is.
To be best friends.
Friends?
I especially. We don't know how much time was in between each relationship.
That
So
I'm
I would
not
think like
entirely
the longer it goes in between, like the easier that relationship would be to form.
These women are 31 and
also-
35, so it can't be that
Yeah,
right.
true. And don't forget, like you want to be close with somebody who your kid is around half the time.
Oh, good call.
Like you want to know everything there is to know about that.
But my kid
person.
doesn't have to be friends with this half kid.
No, but
No,
she's
what?
That's
it's their
not-
sibling, and I'm saying like this is another
Half-ass
parent
kid.
to your kid.
the woman.
I get it.
No,
I get
you
it.
don't.
But you were
idiot.
talking about the kids getting
no.
along.
Okay, yes. Earlier, she brings up a great point. Like, there is a lot of stress when your ex meets somebody new. If you have kids, your kids being around those
You
people.
don't have to be nice to that kid.
You're that what kid?
He's not listening.
I'm listening to you, but it's not that important.
Too far.
It's a half kid.
Listening to Kimmy is not that important.
No,
you are batting 1,000.
No,
today.
she's a full kid, but my kid ain't got to
kid.
listen to this half kid.
It's their sibling.
Kinda.
No, it is.
It's kinda, but kinda not.
All right.
Okay.
So you would say these women are immature then?
I think they're not thinking it through. Like, I think in the long run, it's not going to work out. Because just the human emotions and how women are with each other.
No, but maybe that means you're immature.
Very much.
No, but that's what I'm
but
saying.
I've seen some stuff.
What have you seen?
I've seen women, man.
Oh, you've
And
seen women?
Women can't be close to each other for long before they start tearing each other apart, man.
It may also,
They're like chickens with a bloody leg. They eat and peck. It ain't nothing but feathers and bills left. The bill.
Beak.
Bill.
Bill is a duck.
I think it would.
That's where the argument started in the hen house.
I think it would also depend too on how that first relationship ended.
Okay.
You know.
Oh, how would they?
Like
split?
if it was kind of a mutual agreement, like maybe obviously like it's not going to be perfect, but
Like mine,
we can get
yeah.
along, we can be friends. If the two that were in a relationship can be friends after the relationship's over, then that invites the spouses to also be friends.
Okay. I want you guys to think about this question and
Yeah,
think
yeah,
about
yeah.
it because we're going to go to the phones. I'll give you
Okay.
some time. Would it be easier? It's one extreme or the other. If your current partner and your ex loved each other like these two women do, or they hated each other with a burning passion. Think about it. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yo.
You know what I'm rooting for, Duff? I'm rooting for the two girls to like each other a little bit too much. Josh gets the boot.
Okay, there's no you got kids. There's kids involved, Joe.
That don't matter in today's world, brother.
What is that even? Back in the day, it
Joe's
mattered.
just
Not today.
Playing out his fantasy on this call.
What is
They
wrong with
might
you?
be eating and pecking like Tommy says, but they might stop eating and pecking. You know what I'm saying?
Don't drag me into
No, you
this.
did this. Yeah.
Eating and pecking was not sexual when I said it.
They might stop pecking, Tommy, and just start eating, brother. Bye-bye, Joshy.
Great call, Joe. Great call. By the way, he's not the only one with a tag. I wasn't going to read it. There's 3
All right,
Facebook
I'm sure,
messages
yeah,
where
yeah.
it's like, oh, my threesome.
Yeah.
Bring it a threesome.
I love how they'd still want you a part of it too.
But yeah, but let's make
Like
it.
she's interested in your wife, but but you show up, they're gonna be like, nah, get out of here.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I feel dumber for hearing Tommy talk, and also Joe's call was retarded. But anyways, yeah, so as far as my situation, there's never in a million years I'm going to be friends with my ex-wife's boyfriend.
Because he doesn't want to be friends with you?
No, because the dude's working on his 5th DWI, has been to jail multiple times.
All right, Ben,
and
for your own good, I'm going to let
just
you
gonna
go.
leave it there.
Thanks, buddy. Okay. That.
Ben,
And it's therapy with Ben.
Wow.
the call's doomed from the start.
The second he said hello.
Yeah.
All right. So I had asked before we made a terrible mistake of taking 2 phone calls.
Yes.
Would you prefer your current partner and your ex loving each other like these two women and being besties, or despising each other with a burning passion? You can only choose one
Oh,
extreme.
yeah, I did 2 extremes.
What do you want?
I take the lightning.
You're an idiot.
No.
You're an idiot.
I'll take the lightning every time.
Okay, in this situation with you, your ex-wife
I
works
know.
here.
Yeah.
Your wife is your wife.
Mhm.
They have come across each other.
I don't even think they have.
Well, we've had parties where they've all been in the same
right.
building together.
Yeah, maybe.
So, wait,
yeah.
you want them hating each other?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
What are you talking about? You've also seen situations where guys who knew women and other women were in the same room and it blew up. You don't want that.
I'll take the lightning.
You're an idiot. How do you not think this through?
Because I know I could hear the lightning coming.
No,
Because here's the
I
thing.
can hear the lightning coming.
I can hear that.
That's thunder, you idiot.
Yeah,
Lightning doesn't make noise.
I can hear the Lady Thunder coming. But I'm telling you right now, it's because it's going to end up that way. My theory is with these 2 extremes, it's going to end up with the bad extreme. It's going to end up that way.
Okay, but that's
so
just
let's
it.
just get
Wouldn't you
there
want, like, the
and
bliss
ship this
before
chick
the-
out. What?
Well, wouldn't you, okay, so you're saying it's both going to end up in a
It's going to end up rough, man.
in a bad situation. So,
Yeah.
but wouldn't you take then at least a little bit of time where they get along?
No,
before
just
it happens?
get out of here, man.
right.
There's a reason why we got divorced. So
Yeah,
go.
you.
Okay, but still, why you still? If I'm so bad, why are you still hanging around,
Doesn't
man?
it-
Get out.
He's here for
Okay,
your wife.
question. Wouldn't it look better for you if that ex wanted to be around your new
What are you, Joe? Now with the
significant
hair?
other? Like, because she's saying, like, I could still tolerate you, or we can still be friends. Like, it looks better for you if you have a better relationship with that person.
Kimmy, real quick before we go back to the phones and see if we can do something much better than what we did.
Yeah.
Would you rather have your last significant ex and your husband hate or love each other?
I mean, I think especially if there's kids involved, like, you want everybody to get along as much as possible.
Your current situation now, no kids. If your husband was best friends with your last significant ex, would that bother you?
With my last ex?
Because I could see him being that guy.
Yeah,
Workout
because,
bros,
like,
gym bros.
For me, like, that relationship is
He's shaving his
long
back
gone.
now.
It wouldn't. I don't.
Wait,
think that
Joe's
would bother
fantasies
me.
back in?
He's oiling him up for the big shoot. Got to get you in shape, calendar boy.
So you,
Why are you making that motion?
Well, he's doing his chest.
that's how big he thinks his chest is.
Oil on, oil off.
252 WCMF. If you're just joining us, we're talking about these two women. Story in the Post. One woman was married to this man, Josh. They divorced. Another woman then marries Josh. They became best friends.
Hey, look at that.
Now, it's one big blended family. They live less than a mile from each other, like legitimately best friends. They vacation together. They go shopping together. One waxes the other. I forgot to mention that.
No, they do not.
That's what it says in the
Wait.
story. Yeah, wax.
Like down here?
No. Wax on wax. Yeah, down there. Where else would you wax?
Bro, are you serious?
That's what it says in the story.
Like, she don't do it for a living?
I
It's
don't know.
like
I don't know.
amateur Brazilian crack wax?
I don't. It's what it says in the
Like,
story.
she's all up in her crack, bro.
Paul writes us on Instagram.
Wait, here comes Joe now. He's looking through the bay window.
Paul writes us on Instagram. Growing up as a kid of two divorced parents who hate each other, I think this is great for the kids. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yo.
Hey, listen, I'd be happy if my wife and my ex-wife were just cordial to one another. Because, Kimmy, you went there in the last comment, and that is, it would be just so much easier for my kids. Because ultimately, I mean, we're in the process of trying to plan a wedding, and it's not bedlam, but it's just insane.
Okay, so
It really is.
can I ask a couple of personal questions, John? Do you mind?
Sure.
Okay, so how long were you married to your ex?
About 6 years.
Okay, how long was the space between your divorce and the marriage to your current wife?
The marriage was also 6 years, but I met my wife probably about 2 years after my ex and I separated.
Okay, and if in your opinion, and you sound very smart, so we're going to go with it, what do you think the biggest source of tension is between the two women?
Probably my ex-wife's hatred of me.
Okay, I mean, I've only talked to you for a little while, so I can't comment on that, John.
I find him very charming.
So, like, she won't look past. I mean, there's
So
nothing.
So you're kind of the barrier to that relationship.
Well, I think my ex just hasn't gotten over things. So, I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about that.
But that's why you
ultimately-
got divorced. I mean, that makes sense. Like, she hates you.
Right.
You got divorced. I mean, it didn't work out.
Right.
That's natural. That I understand. That's the thunder and lightning I'm talking about. That makes sense. The fact that you and I got divorced, but you still kind of like me, is like that doesn't even jive.
No, that's not true. There are people who are better off. You're going to do the HJ hand motion again?
No,
Two
no,
HJs
no.
in
Yeah,
one break?
I give you old man wave.
There it is.
Well,
I got it in my eye now. No. I mean, there are people that
You're used to it.
there are people that can separate and understand they're still good
I
people.
don't get it, man.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, Duffy, I don't want to go to the extremes. I don't want them to be besties, and I don't want them to hate one another. Just be nice. I mean, it's not hard.
But there's a reason why she's out of your life, man.
No, but here's the
I get
thing.
it.
He's arguing against your point, and
know,
you're like,
I know.
yeah, me and John, pirate ship together. Check it out.
No, but I mean, like, this is why he got divorced.
Okay, but he's saying
She's a huge, you know
this
what?
is beyond the divorce. He's saying he wishes that they would get along. You, on the other hand, want the opposite for John.
Yes.
Okay, John, Godspeed. Good luck. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest
I
of the
feel
day.
bad for the guy,
See
but
you guys.
See you, bud. You feel bad for the guy, but you couldn't finish the sentence.
this is why he wanted out of that. This is why they split up.
All right, we're going to take one more call. We're slammed with John's.
I'm not even going to do it today.
Wow. What a good man you are.
I
You're
am.
a fine man,
Yeah.
Tommy Muley. This situation might be crazier than the situation we have in front
You
of us.
kidding me?
John, too. Hey, buddy, you're on CMF. What's up?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good second, John. What's going on?
So I do currently live with my fiance's ex-husband, and we co-parent children together.
Okay, so let's walk through this so everybody can be here. So your fiance was living with with her ex-husband.
Yep.
You moved in?
So you're the new guy.
Oh, no, the other
Okay.
way around. She moved in with me. he fell on hard times, and then
You
he
took
ended
him
up
in?
moving with me.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. So, John, how do you and the ex get along?
Well, it helps that I'm kind of the alpha male of the house, and he's kind of the beta. But yeah, it's actually
So he
really good
hates
for the
you.
kids. we're actually really good friends. We do a lot of things together, and sometimes just me and him.
Well, you're not anymore. Not after this phone call.
Okay, so like, what was that relationship with to begin with, John? Like, what led you down the road of being buddies with the guy?
Well, it did start off a little shaky. I did kind of feel bad because I do feel responsible for them kind of splitting. But after a while, we got to know each other. I understood he was a really good father. And this is before me and her had any children. So I wanted him in the picture. For me, I did grow up in a broken family. So having a father around the kids, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, but you took
So I
this
did
bum
put that-
in.
What are you?
The guy's a bum. He's a bum.
Stop! You just
I
saying
know,
he's
stop.
a bum. Stop
Bro,
saying he's a bum.
He's the definition of bum. He's middle aged.
Yeah.
He got nothing. He moves in with his
Where
ex.
do you think you
the
would be
boyfriend.
if you got a divorce?
Where do you think he
Where
would
do
be
you think you
if
would
he
get-
didn't meet his
You
wife?
would
Forget
be
divorce.
living with Pat's family.
I tell you what I am. Tell you what I am. I'm a bum with standards.
You'd be my beta, bitch.
But you wouldn't want me in your house.
Of course I would, but I'd have to take you in. Okay, John, how long has the situation been going like this for you?
About 5 years.
Wow.
Wow, that's
So like you're banging your wife in the same house with
Beyonce.
Beyonce, well, whatever. And the dude's there.
Yeah, our rooms are like right next to each other.
That's creepy, man.
Okay.
Like he can hear the passion in her voice when she's like
Okay.
doing the nasty with this dude.
When did Joe show up?
Well, it's about the first time, so.
John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good luck with everything, man. I hope it
Bro,
works out.
it ain't gonna work out.
Thanks.
Bro, this is gonna be the times of Wayne County in a month.
Okay.
Yeah, there's gonna be a machete.
I bet
he
you
lives
there are
in
more
Pittsburgh.
situations like this
I just
than
made
you
that up,
think.
by the way. Say that again.
I bet you there are more like
Bums?
family situations like this than you think there are, especially with divorce and how tough it could be to find a new house or afford an apartment. Like this has to happen a lot.
Look, Kimmy and I are a generation of broken homes. There are people that do not want that to happen ever again. They went through extremely difficult times as kids, whatever it takes.
All right.
And look, whether or not down the road this is a better solution, we'll find out in 20, 30 years. But I get it.
Yeah.
As a kid who came from a divorced family,
All right.
I get it.
Okay.
Oh, you don't want to talk now, you
Well,
bitch ass
no,
bitch?
no.
My mom did everything my dad said. Get rid of that bitch.
He's a bum.
That's
a bum.
There's a bump. It stinks in here. It stinks.
This is like every guy my sister married 5 times.
You want to come to my house? You want to tell me? It stinks. Take a break. There is one thing you can do where you will get no grace from anybody. No assumption of innocence.
Oh, this is like really bad.
Tommy, stay with me, Tommy. Mom Vicks will have people defend them.
Yeah.
This woman, if the allegations are true,
Now I can come back from this.
we'll get into it next year in the break room. Let's see CMF. Man, oh man, what a mistake.
What's the matter?
Well, that is if the allegations are true. Because we know from our history with Mom Vicks that women are given some kind of grace in crimes like this.
Yeah, with the softer set.
Well, yeah, there are 1,000 excuses that can be made when it comes time to punish them. However, this could be the one exception. Because when you mess with the payroll, the charity, the tax money, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But when you mess with my kid,
Like straight up kid?
you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45. Bills fans have been waiting for General Manager Brandon Beane to make that one big ground-shattering move.
That no one saw coming.
Yes.
Oh. And?
Was this it? Was this the one?
This is beyond yesterday.
It was a surprise.
It was late last night.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is a name. He's definitely a big name.
Oh, big name.
But there's a problem.
Hey. What?
Well, we'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A 26-year-old woman has been arrested in Ontario County.
What you do?
The woman, a cheerleading coach for Mid Lakes High School, it looks like. According to police, she made over $1,500 in unauthorized purchases using the cheerleading's Booster Club account. And that's not good.
Well, no.
But there could be more.
All right.
Story on News 8 also says in July, the Booster Club, they held a chicken dinner fundraiser.
Yeah.
They sold over 100 chicken dinners.
Okay.
Yet authorities say the chicken dinner money was never deposited.
Was she?
No, they're just saying it was
All right.
never deposited.
So
Dinner
never
money's
showed up at the
missing.
bank.
Yeah.
No.
All the chicken money.
The
Winner, my dinner.
I paused
No,
for that.
no.
I
She-
paused
she
for
didn't even
that.
change
She,
it.
she took the money.
Winner, my dinner. All right.
26-year-old has been
Right.
charged with grand larceny. She's got a court date coming up to answer for the charges. So if there's one thing our show knows,
Yeah.
it's stories like this.
Yeah.
We are, and I'm safe saying it, the Rochester, New York Mom Vic experts. However, Kimmy, is this story a Mom Vic story? Because didn't we establish 30 and over for Mom Vics? This one was
Yeah,
26.
but I would kind of assume if you're involved in something like this that you are a mom. You do have a
Oh, I
kid
would disagree.
She's
I
a
would
cheer coach.
She's a cheer coach.
And she's 26?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's probably not a mom yet.
Oh, I didn't know she was a coach.
Yes, said coach. Yes, it was a coach.
Oh,
And
I
I'm
said coach.
guessing.
I thought this was just like a parent volunteer situation.
Finger Lakes Daily News says she is on the
Okay.
coaching staff.
Okay.
So
could
do you
be
think
right,
she
yeah.
went to that school and then now cheers coaches?
Very possible.
Because a lot of that happens, right? So she could have a long history at this school.
Yeah.
Very possible.
Oh,
And here's the thing, like when it comes to the definition of a mom vic, Tommy's argument, and I agree with him, is that they are mom vics because they disappear.
Yeah, they fly under the radar.
Exactly. Like it's an unfortunate truth in
They're
America.
dowdy.
An unfortunate truth in America. As women get older, they start to become more invisible.
They dowd up.
And that allows these women in these offices to embezzle,
Fly under the
steal,
radar.
and nobody notices. I mean, it's hard to be invisible when you're a 26-year-old cheerleading coach.
Yes.
Those people demand all the attention.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they suck all the energy out of the room.
God.
Yes.
But past those two things,
Yeah.
there is one major mistake, if the allegations are true, that this woman made. You never, ever mess with the money meant for youth sports. If you were looking for one way to ensure that no one would ever side with you, have mercy on you, listen to your side of the story, taking money from the account of a youth sports team is the way to do it.
And it just seems like it'd be so noticeable.
Okay, yes,
It's,
yes.
You know,
I mean,
it's-
that money's
it's-
going somewhere.
All that money goes directly, goes right back into the sport, and is usually for something specific.
I agree with you 100%.
So-
Usually they take trips with that money, like
it's
they
not
go to
like-
these competitions and
Yeah,
everything.
it's not like they're banking all this money to use for something in the future that they don't know what it is yet. It's like this fundraiser is specifically for this thing. So whatever we
Girls-
make on this is going to go directly to that trip or
You're
that
not going to Orlando.
sponsorship. Yeah.
They all go to
They
Orlando.
all go to Orlando.
They all go to
Yeah,
Orlando.
you're right.
Every world
A lot of
cheerleading
nationals down there,
championship. Okay, so here's the thing. When it comes to the anger that if
Yeah.
the allegations are true, this woman will be facing, there is no inexpensive youth sports team. Everything costs money, even at
Yeah.
the public high school level. You're paying for equipment, you're paying for training, you're paying for gym time, ice time, field time.
Travel.
You're taking time off of work, yes, Kimmy, to
Yeah.
get your kid where they have to be. You are pestering your friends and families for fundraisers
Yes.
to try and save as much of your own money as you can. It is a massive commitment for families. So if I find out that someone responsible for the money for my kid's sport is dipping into it for themselves, oh my God. If this woman is guilty of these allegations,
Yeah.
not only will she lose her job, obviously,
Oh, yeah.
she's going to have to leave this community and the cheer world forever. Like, there's no way she could live in this town anymore,
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you have nowhere to go in a town of that size.
And she could have like I said, she could have a long history there, man.
Yeah.
As a kid.
Yeah,
Yes.
you obviously loved it enough to want to stick around, right? Like you wouldn't do it if it wasn't.
Yeah, you wanted to get back to the
something-
kids.
Like
Then
a
take a
job
little
like
back.
this, you're not really doing unless you're passionate about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, these
Like
sports-
everybody we know that did
Yeah.
it went full throttle.
Yeah, but to Kimmy's point, you're not doing it to get rich. Like, you don't
Yeah,
make
no.
a ton of
right,
money
right.
being a high school sports
And-
coach.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, you say everyone you know. We know one woman.
No, it's true.
One woman.
Yeah.
She went full throttle.
But but that was enough for me.
Yeah, this could have been something too, especially with high school sports, like something that people stick around a long time doing, like at a varsity level.
You mean like from like an early age as a kid?
Yeah, well, I'm saying
They
like if
keep
you decide
coaching?
you want to be a varsity coach of a sport, usually like you're there for a long time.
Okay.
I always have like cheer coaches that kind of aged out of it
Oh, no.
pretty quick.
I kind of thought the same thing.
No,
Only because like
no.
it's a more I don't know.
Let him go. Let him go.
Go ahead.
You just you know
No, I don't.
what I mean.
I have no idea what you're saying.
You kind of like you kind of age out.
How so?
Well, you just you don't look like a cheerleading coach anymore.
What's a cheerleading coach look like?
Well, they're usually pretty hot.
So
I would
that-
think, well, if the cheerleaders are hot, then they.
No.
That woman. Did you just say the
Yeah,
cheerleaders are
don't-
hot?
Don't go backwards.
The teenage
here.
girls.
Well, they are. They're
Let's
attractive.
not,
That's why
let's
they're
not
there.
Revisit that.
No, I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to make
I'm
sure.
not saying anything illegal or illicit. I'm just saying cheerleaders are attractive. Is that wrong? What?
So just to be clear.
No, I-
Oh no, I do. No,
Oh,
I got no.
okay.
I got more questions.
But like, if
No,
you
no,
become
no, no,
a
no, no,
mom,
don't ask him
you can't
any
be
questions.
You can't be sexy cheer coach when you're now like a mom.
Okay,
Yes.
so we did say.
You know they don't also cheerlead.
No, but they got to show you how to do it.
No, not really.
You got to show them how to do a split.
No, you don't.
And if
you
you can't
don't.
split,
No, you
got
don't.
to split.
So we had said that we know one woman who did this.
Yeah.
Does she cheer coach anymore?
Yeah, I think so. I think she's still.
Oh, you
I
sure?
don't know.
Oh, you know. Is she a cheer coach anymore?
No, she's like a mom.
Oh, so she
What?
was hot, but not anymore.
No, she's hot, but she's not like that
God,
anymore.
he's so scared right now.
What,
he's
what do
so
you mean?
scared.
What do you mean? What's that?
You're hot in a different way now.
Oh,
You're
my
hot.
God, you are making things-
No, hold on.
I can't wait for you to talk to this person.
There's
Oh,
hot.
she's listening too. I know she's listening.
There's hot mom, and then there's hot young cheer coach.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is your phone blowing up right now?
No, but
Much like
those are
your
two-
car will be blowing up later?
Those are two different hotnesses. Can we agree on that?
No, I am not. You are on your own little ship,
I say
sailing
hot,
away from the
hot mom
bigger
over
ship.
here, hot young cheer coach over here. Those are two different ages of hot.
Really? Is that why you made
Is
this
this
noise
how
earlier?
you're going to save this? This is how you're going to go down?
Yeah, I love how you think he's saving
I
it here.
know.
Do
Yeah,
my-
yes.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. Way to clear it all up for everybody. Do my WCMF again. We're talking about this 26-year-old woman out in Ontario County. She is listed as a cheer coach for Mid Lakes High School. She's been arrested after police say she spent, without authorization, $1,500 from the Booster Club Fund. Not only that, they say they did a chicken dinner fundraiser over the summer. Sold 100 chickens.
And they don't know where that went.
That money was not deposited in the bank. She's been
Is that
charged.
on top of the
I,
$1,500?
I think so.
Damn,
I think.
that's a lot of chicken cash.
Check the story on News 8. She's been arrested for grand larceny. She's got a court date coming up. Here's the thing. Like, I'm just talking youth sports in general, like
Yeah.
the anger that would come from the parents. I'm going to imagine when it comes to anger, rumor mill, and vengeance, Kimmy, the cheer parents are on a level above any other
Cheer,
sport.
dance. Yeah, like it does seem like those are like the top two of like the most involved, craziest parents.
So it's a lot of
just
emotion.
based on stories that I know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, hell, just watch them watch their kids do their thing. Like, you'll see the moms that are, like, doing the routine along with the kid.
And some of the moms used to be cheerleaders, right?
Oh, you want to go down this road again,
Oh my
stupid?
God, why are you doing this?
What?
Well,
But I'm guessing like they probably were also active in the sport.
maybe a lot of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Possibly. Why?
So they're even more passionate about the sport.
Yeah, but they don't look like the hot cheerleaders, as you put it, anymore.
They could be sexy hot MILFs out there now supporting their children,
I didn't
which
think
is
it was gonna-
completely normal.
Does anybody say MILF anymore?
I don't know. Well, let's be happy he used that term instead of.
I
something
can't
else.
remember the last time I heard anybody say MILF.
Well, what are they calling them now?
I don't know. Women?
Oh, okay, there, Alan Alda.
Kimmy has no idea who that is.
I don't.
Why would
Well,
you?
first of all, he'd be in your corner. Am I right? Am I right?
Okay.
He was a feminist.
The other thing.
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
No, but now I can't say MILF because that's
No,
like
I
bad.
didn't say you can't. I just said I hadn't
We
heard
just
it in
thought
a
it was
decade.
a weird thing to
Is
say.
a cougar around anymore?
I don't know.
Is a cougar?
The cougar?
Anyone see that cougar,
You can
Kimmy?
just say hot moms.
I said hot
No,
mom.
you said MILF.
I did say MILF. All right.
The other thing that sucks about this story, going back to the actual
Yeah,
story.
yeah.
There's a very special bond between a kid and their coach.
Oh yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter what sport you play. You spend a lot of time with them. They look out for you. They're one of the first people in your life outside of your parents to push you, maybe even including your parents.
Yeah.
Like, most folks who played youth sports have lifelong fond memories of every coach they ever had.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are girls who love this woman for what she did for them that now have to look at this story and are very confused, torn.
There are going to be people that probably come to a coach's defense if they're beloved, but there are also people
Coach
just
Milf.
waiting for that person to screw up.
Oh, good call.
You know what I mean? Like,
Good
there
call.
are parents, I'm sure, in every sport, every
I knew
school,
it!
every
I
team
knew it!
that would just revel in this. Like, I knew they were doing this. I'm
Oh.
so happy they're gone. Like, they'll list 100 things wrong with this person on the way out.
No, you're 100% right. But no, I mean, going back to that first point, I do feel bad for these girls because, like, I'm thinking of, like, the coaches I had when I was a kid that I
And you
love to this
trusted
day.
them.
Yes. Like, if
More
I
than
found,
your father. Seriously. I mean,
if I found out
Yeah.
that they had done something terrible, it would really mess with my
Yeah.
head. Like, this person instilled a bunch of, morals and, fortuitousness. I don't even know if that's a word.
But
know
it
what
gave
I'm-
you a moral compass, and now they ain't got one.
And like, when
So
this...
you feel like you were jived.
And, like, that's me at 38. I mean, I can't imagine being 16, 17, 18
Yeah.
when it's happening. I wouldn't be able to wrap my head around that.
I feel bad for the girls.
Because it could also be the first time an adult lets you down. And it's
Yeah.
also an adult that your parents trusted with your safety.
But is it also a life lesson, too? Because this is how the world can turn. I mean, not everything's bubblegum. I mean, the world can go bad.
No, you're right. I just think
You
that's...
can get played.
You're right. I think that's a really hard lesson to learn in this situation at 15, 16, 17 years old.
But better to learn it now than getting effed over by some boss or something down the road. At least, like, you're aware of how people, like, how human nature can be.
I mean, I guess that's a difference in opinion because I'm a firm believer in letting kids be kids as long as they can.
Okay,
Based on
all
having
right.
to drink alcohol at 16 years old with some...
Forced to. Like, I dragged you into the car.
No, man, like, these kids should be able to be kids. They should be able to
Yeah, I mean,
trust
that's what
their
you do,
coaches
yeah.
and their adults, right? Like, when stuff like this happens, and I get that this ain't something like,
Yeah.
allegations of something sexually inappropriate.
Right.
But, like, when stuff like this happens, now you are forced to look at the world as an adult for a
Yeah.
little bit. And that's not fair to those kids. It's not.
And you're always going to be. I would imagine this also bothers adults involved in stuff like this because you're always going to be remembered by that group of kids as like the person who screwed up in their life.
Yeah.
Like you'll forever just be a story of like a coach that went bad.
You're a lesson, to Tommy's point,
Yeah.
for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
You're a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Bills fans have been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for the last 48 hours
What did we get?
for general manager Brandon Beane to make the big ground-shaking move.
Yep.
Kimmy, was this the move last night?
Might be.
Because he's a
Really?
name.
Yeah.
All right, you said it sounds good, but there's like baggage.
Well,
Look, man. I mean, yes, with every deal
There's always a
done.
risk.
Yeah, and this, but it seems this risk is higher than most others.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
is it
in all these situations, there's always a reason this person got let go in the first place.
I mean, is
right?
it bad? Like, did you do something bad?
No, not often.
All right.
No.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's a deal.
Hey, everybody's looking for a good deal.
It's a deal for a reason.
Hmm.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Bills fans have been waiting 48 hours.
Nice. We'll be getting.
It was only a matter of time. We were going to sign a giant, massive name free agent that was going to be the finishing piece to put the Bills into the Super Bowl.
Get.
Kimmy, was this that move?
I mean, it was definitely a surprise.
Y'all
and
hesitate.
It's usually, I can't imagine that they're going to make another bigger move.
This doesn't sound good.
Well, here's the thing. He's a name.
Yeah, but y'all ain't like flipping out.
Well,
Like when Von Miller came, you were like crazy.
I don't think anybody really saw this as a possibility based on like what was being reported earlier in the week about this person.
you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. That's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
Yes.
Hate. Too much hate in this country.
Hey, man of the week coming at you. A man who is upset with us for not preparing for a nuclear bomb. I'm not making that up. We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, late last night,
Yeah.
the Buffalo Bills announced they have signed edge rusher Joey Bosa.
Oh, from the Chargers?
Yes, you nailed it. Wow.
Yeah, he was a center. Yeah, I know. He was a big name.
Wow.
I'm surprised you knew because there are a few Bosas.
Multiple Bosas.
So I'm surprised.
Bosai, as they put them.
I'm surprised you knew the exact one we were talking
Well, Joey
about.
Bosa sounds like somebody that would own a pizza shop.
It absolutely does.
Come on down to Bosa's.
Like you could get a large pie and a gyro on the side
Yeah.
if you wanted.
So, yeah, but he's a headliner.
Yeah, so as Tommy said, he's played with the Chargers his entire career. He's 30 years old now. Do you want the good or the bad first?
Give me the good.
The good is former third overall pick. The Bills got him pretty cheap. He's on a one-year deal for just over $12 million.
So would he replace, like,
Von Miller.
okay.
Yeah, he's that guy. There are times where Joey Bosa, actually, no, he's going to replace A.J. Epinesa. He's going to be their starting defensive end.
Yeah.
There are times where Joey Bosa flashes like an all-pro defensive end. Like the talent is still there. He
Okay.
can play ball. The bad,
What's that?
his body is probably breaking down.
Oh, from the pizza shop, trying to do both?
Last year,
Yeah.
Joey Bosa only played 50% of the possible snaps he could have played due to injury.
So what's his problem?
Everything.
Oh, okay.
There you
Different
He's
things, not
banged
like
up.
one central thing.
So, by the way, despite the fact he only played 50% of the snaps, he still had 5 sacks, which is good in the time that he played.
All right.
Over the last 3 years, though, he has missed 23 games while only starting 18. He has missed more games than he has played in over the last 3 years.
And you're bringing him in to be a starter. Like, you're not bringing him in to just, play a few snaps here and there. Like, this guy, you're kind of, you need to play.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, the Bills do a ton of rotation on their defensive
Yeah.
line, so it's possible he's not.
No, but I'm saying, like, you can't afford to have him out due to injury
yes, you're
or
right.
something.
Well,
you
you
know?
can't. I mean, they got him for $12 million, so that's like a steal.
So where's his health right now? I mean, is he healthy to start?
Great question. Don't know.
They're not saying.
Oh, well, they wouldn't know.
But they probably wouldn't take a guy that's not ready to go.
Well, I mean, you got him again on a deal, 1 year. It's
All right.
it's what they call a prove-it deal.
All right.
He didn't want to sign a long-term contract. He wants to be able to show other teams he can still play, so we can maybe get one more 3-year deal worth $50 million.
Okay, so he still thinks he's got gas.
Well, yeah,
But
they all
do.
do, right?
Yeah. All right.
So here's the problem. Other than the injury, I mean, the guy the Bills just released in Von Miller, he had 6 sacks last season, which is one more than Bosa had, and we all decided that Von Miller wasn't doing enough to keep him around anymore.
Right.
Right.
So, like, you got
And he's slightly younger. Got that going for
okay,
you.
but again, like Von Miller was healthy until he wasn't.
Yeah.
This guy is coming in banged up, and maybe he's going to show up and the body is
Yeah.
reliable. Whatever. I will say I don't love this idea.
So you're not crazy.
I don't. I'm not crazy about it. I get the
And like
prices
I
right.
said, it was a surprise because I thought he was rumored to sign with a different team leading up to last night.
Well, the Bills were in a 3-way battle with 2 other teams,
Yeah.
and they came out on
For
top.
Bosa.
But
Yeah.
we didn't know they were in this battle.
This is true. Now, I don't know if they offered more money, if Bosa just thought coming to Buffalo and playing in
could
this
be.
defense would be the best way to highlight his skill set to get a bigger contract.
Okay.
Who knows? But, look, I get the prices right. I get that you are taking a calculated risk at $12 million, and it may be worth it. But, I mean, Kimmy, I'm not, like, jumping through a table excited for Joey
Bosa.
Bosa.
It's not the big shiny move that I guess you thought the Bills were going to make. I think people, and this goes for things like the draft as well. Like fans really aren't excited unless it's a huge offensive weapon. Can we agree on that?
No, I mean, Myles Garrett, they were ready to roll over for. Max Crosby, they were ready to roll
but
over
he's
for.
like the best of the best at his position. I'm thinking like Bills fans are waiting for a bigger move, and I don't know if it's coming.
Well, all right, so I haven't looked at money-wise what they
Yeah,
got
I have no
hanging
idea
around.
what they have to spend.
And, I mean, they did just extend a ton of their own guys.
Yeah.
And I will say this. As we talk about the Bills announcing late last night, they have signed defensive end Joey Bosa, 1-year, $12 million deal. The kid can play. but he's also missed more games than he's played the last 3 seasons. The Bills roster is so talented
Yeah.
that you don't need to go out and make these big splash moves.
Which is good. You're in a good position.
Yes. I mean, there's a reason why they extended linebacker Terrell Bernard, Josh Allen the other day, Greg Rousseau, defensive end. Who else did they sign, extend the
Shakir.
what's that?
Are you
Yeah,
talking
Khalil
about
Shakir.
Shakir?
Yes. And then, they brought back Ty Johnson yesterday, the running back who won the entire Lions game. So that's good. Like, when you have this talent on your roster,
You're in a good spot.
and making these big splashes may be more foolish than it is smart to do.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think, since Diggs left, the argument for the offense and Josh was you imagine how unstoppable they'd be if they had a big-time wide receiver.
But he won an MVP without him. He
Yeah,
played
but
better
they-
without him.
Yeah,
you made
but
it to an
they- but
AFC
they-
championship game.
But they haven't won.
That was last season.
Yeah.
Was the most
I
successful
agree.
season
It
the Bills
was
have had
not-
since 1994.
And it was not the season that we thought they'd have going into it. But I don't know, like if you're Josh, you have one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in the league, and you haven't really spent a lot on getting him a big weapon.
But maybe you don't need to. Maybe you spend the money in other although they haven't really spent a ton of money. They brought that kid in from the Chargers. You got 2 Chargers now
and you
coming in.
lost Matt
Oh, wow.
Collins, which again, not like your number one guy, but a big part of the offense last year.
So can we talk about that for a second? Because Bills fans are very upset.
Okay.
Matt Collins, you
Yeah,
remember him?
Tarzan.
Yeah. He signed with the Patriots.
Oh, he did.
He did. So not only is he not coming back to Buffalo,
Yeah, you'll
he
be
signed.
playing against him.
Yep. Kimmy, Bills fans are like devastated by
Yeah,
this.
he was a fan favorite. I mean, just based on all of his off the field stuff too. He's a kind of a weird guy.
He's like a
but it
hippie.
was-
Yeah.
Well, he's just a strange individual.
Didn't he do like?
He'd come to games in costume.
But didn't he also like do like weird videos for
Yeah.
kids like chemistry?
It wasn't
and
for kids,
stuff?
it was for everybody.
It was
Oh, I thought
like,
it was
it was
like
like how
kid
to
stuff.
clean like the how to clean a light, like your lights, or like weird stuff like that to do around the house.
Like a scientist?
Yeah.
He also did a science version,
Did he?
a
I
whole
don't
series of
remember
science videos. Yeah, he's not coming back to Buffalo. Now, granted, he led the team in touchdown catches last year. I mean, it's not.
I mean, I would imagine like you're not going to bring in a superstar, but you do have to fill some of those gaps now that you now have.
And by the way, when you say that, like he led, but they were kind of spreading it around.
Yeah, everybody.
I think your dad got too. Then he had to give it back to the kid, but still, he caught it.
No, joke's on you. He gets his hand on that ball. Kid's not touching it. So, I mean, and look, here's the thing. It's not out of the question that either over the next couple of days, there's a trade that happens. If I would guess if a trade is going to happen for a big offensive piece, which is not out of the question, it's going to happen on draft night.
Oh,
First or second day, you're going
they're
to
going to go in their draft and try to grab somebody.
Well, no.
They would
no.
trade their picks
Oh,
for somebody.
okay.
Yeah, like if you are,
All right.
if you're in the first round because you're picking late and you don't like what you got there, or you're in the second day and the guy that you wanted all of a sudden disappears,
You make a move.
you go make that move because
All right.
they have 2 second-round picks this season.
Okay. All right. So still some time.
So still
Some time.
Still some time.
What is it? April is the draft?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So we sit
Oh, and wait.
and we wait, and we all go out and get our Joey Bosa jerseys for one season, and hopefully he plays the majority of the games. Ooh, I'm burping. Excuse me. Let's take a break. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate, Pat. Hate.
Hate mail of the week. You should always have a plan.
Oh yeah, work your plan. Plan your work.
And look, I'm somebody who prepares for like dangerous
Oh,
situations.
you're Charlie Prep.
Yeah, with my family and everything. But there can be a bridge too far.
Mm.
We all thought this was just too much.
Mm.
Because like even if you had this information, there was no guarantee that these things were going to work in a time where the world would be ending around you.
That is true.
One man heard what we had to say and he didn't like it.
No.
Because we were kind of laughing at this.
Hey, you
idea.
laugh and you take everything. Everything's a goddamn joke with your show.
Well, it turns out you're not a man
That's right.
unless you have a solution for every potential problem that puts your family's safety in danger.
You're gonna prep up.
We'll get into it. Hate mail of the week next year in the break room. I'll see you then. The world is a scary place right now.
Oh, it's crazy.
And we are constantly being bombarded with stories minute by minute that are putting people on edge. One of these stories that we found kind of funny set off some controversy. Because we here in the break room thought maybe this idea was over the top, not to mention completely pointless on account of the age of these things.
Yeah.
However, a few people, one man specifically, thinks we are wrong.
Oh.
Because according to this man, it is your duty as the head of your household to ensure that everyone is kept safe in the event of a major global catastrophe. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can hear our sexy voices.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to watch a man's wiry ankles.
Oh, yeah, they're a little ashy. They're dry.
Dry is what they are.
Well, yeah. I can't say that.
No, you can. You're not that. You can say it. I don't think that's what that is.
Well, you would know.
I know on pretty good authority.
I know.
I've never heard a white guy call himself ashy before.
Well, I think white guys can get ashy.
Okay.
Well, just dry.
That's another debate. Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. And again,
Yeah, what's up?
if you ever miss any minute of our show,
Congratulate yourself.
the second
Go buy a cake and eat it all by yourself.
the second the show is over, the entire episode is saved right to YouTube. So you can watch every episode we've ever done from the start of our cameras.
Yeah.
The Break Room WCMF on YouTube. Enjoy from your friends here in the Break Room on CMF. So it's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we brought you a strange story about the end of the world.
Oh, yeah.
Well, at least as we know it. Some folks in the greater Rochester area, based on the things going on internationally, started putting together lists of known nuclear fallout shelters around town, and they started sharing these lists online.
Yeah.
And what was interesting about this story, Rochester has a deep history with nuclear bomb shelters. Because of Kodak and the work they did for the U.S. government, it is believed that Rochester at one point in the 50s and 60s was on a short list of cities the Russians would nuke during the Cold War.
Yeah, buddy.
And because of that, we had a ton of shelters. According to a story in the Democrat Chronicle in 1974, Monroe County alone had 584 fallout shelters that could house 377,000 people. If they were all still in
Plus
use.
all the stuff they stole from Kodak.
You got to throw the pens out. No, I'm not throwing the pens out. If all of those bomb shelters were still usable, that would account for half of the residents of Monroe County.
That's pretty amazing.
It's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Okay, but usable was the key problem, right? These shelters haven't been maintained since the late 80s at best.
Yeah.
Right?
They're raggedy.
The food is most likely gone. The structures are most likely deteriorating. And if the unthinkable were to happen, it's believed that none of these places, despite them being everywhere in Monroe County, would offer much in the way of protection.
Your ass is fried.
We also told you about companies that are selling now prefab nuclear fallout shelters that you can have installed on your property for ridiculous amounts of money. And I think that's where we start with this letter.
All right.
Because during the discussion, we had asked if anyone had one of these where they lived, and nobody called.
Yeah.
But it turns out we found a man.
Okay.
And this man believes if you are not doing everything you can to protect your family, you are failing as a man. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired, worried about the end of the world. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I don't like how funny you think the threat of nuclear war is right now. And I also don't like how you painted people who are doing things to make sure, if it were to happen, that they and their families would be safe. I heard you talking about bomb shelters, and I am one of those people who have had one at their home. It was already at a house my wife and I bought 15 years ago, but it was a major selling point. It has enough room, food, water, and supplies for 20 people. And that means if we were in a situation where we needed it, I would have space for myself, my wife, my 2 daughters, and their husbands and kids. We will be safe because that's what men do. They ensure that no matter what the situation, their families will be okay. And I think you are the stupid ones for not having a plan.
Stupid.
If the bombs start dropping and your wife looks at you with terror in her eyes, what are you going to tell her?
We're breaking
the last moments you have on Earth, you'll have to think about how you've let your family down and ended your family lineage. While my family and I wait out the disaster. Next time, think before you speak. Sincerely, Bill.
What an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really appreciate Moose reading that letter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There was something I caught that nobody else did.
What?
Right.
The word in the letter was lineage.
Yeah, didn't he say lineage?
He said lineage. Does he not know what the word lineage is?
No, he
I
said
thought he said
lineage.
lineage.
No, he said lineage.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
No.
may have heard it wrong. My apologies. Okay.
I don't know what either one means, so that's fine.
So this gentleman
Yeah.
has his own bomb shelter.
Yeah.
And this gentleman is worried about the end of the world.
He's going to ride it out, and then he's going to pop out, and he's going to live.
That's
Pat.
right.
But your laughing ass is fried.
And before we get into this discussion, which I'm sure we will be making fun of this man at some point, I do think it's important we point something out. All right, I get why, if you are of a certain age, the idea of nuclear war would be very scary for you. Because Tommy, if you grew up during the Cold War, which you did,
Yep.
Cuban Missile Crisis,
Oh,
things
yeah.
happening in Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea.
Maybe it feels more real.
Yes, I mean you lived your life being terrified as a child of nuclear annihilation.
But they also told us that you could survive it.
Okay.
Like it was survivable. You could go down into these bunkers, kind of like World War II with the air raids over London. And, once it was done, you could get out. But now it's nuclear war.
Okay, but here's the thing.
So they preheated the city to 10,000 degrees.
I understand
But
that
yes.
maybe that fear never really goes away and it's easily kicked back up. Okay. With that out of the way, you think a homemade bomb shelter is going to keep you safe?
No, what I'm saying, it's a crematorium. If it happens. Like, no. There's going to be nothing left. Like, they even tell you, like, the bombs that that we tested, like, in Nevada in the 50s, these things that we have today, it's not even close.
And even if it did protect you from the initial bomb,
Yeah.
wouldn't you have to live down there for
Okay.
decades?
We're getting ahead of
No.
ourselves. Hold on.
Just 1,000 years.
We're getting ahead of
gonna
ourselves.
say.
All right, so this guy didn't build it himself. He didn't have somebody build
bought
it
a
for
prefab.
him. He bought a house that had it.
yeah,
That's
there's
what he
a whole-
says in the
yeah.
letter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How can you be sure that thing's going to protect you?
You
if God forbid?
can't.
Did you bring in experts in the field of nuclear weapons to check it out? Wait, is it still up and running the way that it's
Is it up
supposed
to code?
Like, you're putting a lot of faith, Kimmy, in someone else's work.
Yeah,
But how
true.
are you breathing? Like, where's the air coming from?
Well, I think there are, air filtration systems that go in these things.
Okay, but they get it from out there.
I don't know how these things work.
Yeah.
No, here's what's going to happen.
You'd have to ask the expert.
Some guy's going to call up and he's going to boringly explain it to you, and
Yeah,
you're
if
going
I
to talk
have
over him.
Yeah, if I'm living in a Trident submarine, I can survive it.
I also love this whole supplies for his family point, right? Because he says he's got enough supplies for his whole extended
20
family.
people.
Yes, well, it fits 20 people.
Yeah,
How would you know how much you need?
Yeah.
you don't.
To your point about the time, I don't know what kind of destruction a weapon like this would do.
By the way, most people, when they're bored and stuck someplace, what's the first thing they do?
Well, you eat.
They start eating.
Okay, I guess you would have to have some
Do
self-control.
you eat all the
there.
garbanzo beans already? Jesus Christ, that was supposed to go to 2055.
What psycho just eats plain garbanzo beans?
You may be down to that, wise guy.
You only got cans of veggies left.
That's it. That's all you're going to have, and no can opener. Did anybody bring a can opener?
No, but in all sincerity, right?
Right.
Let's say this was going to happen.
All right.
Terrible thing. You've
And
got
you're
your
all
bomb
set.
shelter. You're down there. How do you know how much food and water you would need?
You can't. So you would have to have an endless supply or so much canned goods, because that's all you could have down there.
Yeah, because you wouldn't.
Can't get a bottle of
necessarily
water.
You wouldn't be guaranteed power to it, right?
There are ones that run on. I did a lot of deep research in the last.
So they have like generators?
Yeah, I mean, there's ways
But how
to
long
power
do
them.
those last?
It's a great question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. But I think the biggest question here, when it comes to this man attacking our manliness for
Yeah.
not having bomb shelters for our families, why right now would Rochester be on any list for a nuclear weapon from any country? Kodak's a shell of its former self. We don't have a major military base
No.
anywhere near us.
No.
There isn't an arm of government that is necessary for.
There's no military around here.
Yeah, exactly.
Not really
It-
on anybody's
Yeah,
radar.
we're fine.
It would be a waste of a very expensive mission.
I'm going out to dinner.
Yeah.
Fish fry.
No. Extra crispy, I hear.
Oh, very crispy. No, I would think we would be fine, because the next the big cities would be Toronto.
Well, that's pretty close. I don't know how.
That would be the one that I would think would be on the radar.
But
right?
why would you bomb Canada?
Yeah,
What are they going to
the
do?
Maple Leafs are no threat. But no, you would bomb Canada
Why?
because they're like one of us now.
Okay, but I'm saying.
They're almost a state already.
No, what does Canada have that another country would be afraid of, attacking them?
Oh, they have an
internationally?
army and they have stuff.
Okay, yeah, but they don't have anywhere close to the. That's the reason why we're in this argument with Canada right now.
Oh. All right, so Toronto's off the list.
I just don't know why you would blow up Toronto unless you really hated the Sky Dome. Time to build a new stadium.
I just figured they would hit all major metropolitan cities.
Okay.
Like all the biggies.
This is why you're not a world leader. You're taking out.
This is
That's
wait.
a
This is
lot
the only
of
thing holding me
missions.
back was my Toronto take.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Hate mail of the week. A man who wrote us upset with our take that the list of bomb shelters in the greater Rochester area that has been circulating online for people that are worried about nuclear war starting. We said it wasn't that big a deal. Like, these things aren't going to be functioning anyway, so what's the point of finding these things? And this guy writes us and says he bought a house that had a shelter in it, and he stocked it. It has 20 people, room for 20 people. So when his whole family, I'll read you the quote, because I think this is the funniest thing about this letter that we need to address. Quote, it has enough room, food, water, and supplies for 20 people. That means if we were in a situation where we needed it, I'd have space for myself, my wife, my 2 daughters, their husbands, and kids.
Okay.
How'd you like to have a father-in-law who's got a bomb shelter ready to go for you?
Oh, let me die. You know what? I'm going to stay on the other side of the door. I don't want to take up too much space.
Okay, let's see. Even before we get to the nuclear explosion.
Like sitting in a room with them.
Nope, forget that. Before we even get there.
All
Just knowing that your father-in-law has a bomb shelter ready to go in case.
Yeah.
Over under, 1/2 nuclear bomb drill these poor suckers, these
Oh,
son-in-laws, have had to do for their
Yes.
father-in-law.
Because you had to drive there quickly, get the kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to call you like the bombs are dropping, and then we're going to time how long it takes for
By
everyone to
the
get to
way,
shelter.
You know this guy hangs out in the bomb shelter when he doesn't need to.
Oh, sure.
So he's going to invite you to come hang out in his bomb shelter.
Okay, here's the thing. That I get, though. You've got it, so you might as well
Yeah.
use it, right? I've got the space. How, as a son-in-law, do you handle your father-in-law having a bomb shelter for your family's safety?
How do I handle it?
Well, because you couldn't be rude. You
No.
could not, because, like,
You
look,
have to thank them.
even if you think he's an idiot, he's doing it out of misguided love.
Yeah.
Right? So, yes, you would have to be thankful. Any help he needed with it, you would have to help him.
Yeah, but it goes beyond that.
What is it?
Well, he's going to call you and go, I'm not going to be around forever. Me and the missus will be gone and the house will be gone, so y'all need to think about getting your own shelter. I've got a couple of brochures. I know some contractors. They can get you started. Like, he would push you to start building your own for the future when he's no longer
No,
here.
he's leaving you that bomb shelter.
Yeah,
in
come
No,
the-
on.
he may sell the house. You may be gone.
I want you to both move into my home. We'll build a second house on the homestead. We'll have a commune, a compound.
A compound. Yeah, it could go in many ways.
Where you will share my bomb shelter for my grandchildren, so my, as Moose put it, lineage can live on.
And I would be afraid too. Like, let's say there's some old city ones around here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, to your point, like, what's in there? Did they turn them into like storage? When I go down there and there's like a bunch of boxes with like Fast Ferry T-shirts, and I gotta move like painted horses and crap that they put around town.
No, I
That's a
think
good question.
I think that would be a really fascinating. I would read that story, like if City Magazine or the DNC, if they went into these shelters, because
They're time capsules.
and they're literally in every downtown building.
Yeah.
There's a ton of them, and there are most elementary schools that were built in the 1940s and 50s have them too.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see what is in these shelters right now.
So is it just
I guarantee it's storage of crap that they forgot about.
Yeah, because it's just, I'm sure they've just turned it into a basement at this point, right?
Well,
it's just a deeper basement, essentially.
It is, really.
I don't know. I mean, maybe there are people that did not maintain to the point where it's going to look all shiny and new, but maybe there were people that were worried enough where they've kept it available.
All right.
I don't know. I mean, it's not out of the question. Like we said, that story in the DNC from 1974, let me pull it back up again, said that they had 584 fallout shelters countywide.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be, statistically, 1, 2, or 3 that people were like, let's just keep this going out of,
Right.
for maybe?
But anytime you have extra space, you just end up crapping it up.
Well, yeah, you can chuck the Fast Ferry T-shirts out if the bomb is coming
I'm not throwing those out. We may get another ferry.
after the nuclear explosion.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm burping. All right, going back to the whole having your father-in-law in the bomb shelter. All right, so God forbid. Here come the bombs.
Yeah.
All right. The drills benefited you.
Right.
You've gotten to his house. You're in the room. You close the door behind
And
you.
that's it.
You
We're
are
locked
now.
in. We don't know how long.
Yeah.
Right.
Think about this. You are with your wife and kids, which is wonderful. They're safe. All right. Great. But you are sharing a space, God knows how big, with your father-in-law, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, brother-in-law,
Yeah.
and nieces
Kids.
or nephews.
Yeah.
No entertainment. No cell phone, I'm guessing.
Yeah, everything's
no,
out. Everyone's wiped
internet.
out.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and the towers are
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
Oh,
going.
everything's gone.
Yeah.
You got nothing except for maybe an old TV and DVD player. That's when that DVD collection's going to come in handy.
Yeah, but you got to watch everything your father-in-law wants to watch.
What's wrong with Magnum PI?
Nothing but Dynasty for 20 years. I'm being serious when I say this, and maybe if this
You want to die?
were to, maybe if this were to happen in some weird, crazy way, I would feel differently in the moment. I don't want that. I think I've had a good enough life where I'd be okay being vaporized than having to spend a year, 2, 3 living with all of my in-laws in a concrete bunker.
And I don't even care if I've had the absolute worst life. Like, if I never caught a break and my life sucked, I still went out of this goddamn hole.
You know, it's weird.
What?
I said the same thing to your mom. No, I think that you can divide all of humanity into 2 very specific camps.
Survivalists?
Well, folks that want to live through no matter what,
Yeah.
and folks that have decided this is too much work for me to survive.
Quitters. And sissy boys.
What would you call them, quitters?
Yeah.
kind
Well,
of
that
weird.
guy would.
Well, I mean, you know,
Kind
sissy,
of like, you know what? Not worth it. I'm out.
sissy boy is an interesting idea because, okay, I get that this guy who wrote us this letter would say that you are a sissy for not being prepared and not wanting to live. But couldn't you also make the argument that you're a sissy for not just accepting the fact that your life has now come to an end?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, you accept it.
it's not that you're tough for being like, okay, I'm going to die. Like, what are we going to do
All
here?
right.
But
You're
like,
not afraid of the end.
to the point you made earlier, what does life look like after something
Right.
like that?
It's going to be miserable.
And like, let's say you make it
Or
through.
maybe you just extend your life and there's no guarantee that you don't die in the end anyways. You know what I mean? Like, let's say like I said, you survive the initial bomb and then you're down there and you realize, oh crap, I've run out of supplies. I have no choice. Like, death could get even uglier at that point.
And you're not prepared for things going wrong inside where you are.
yeah. How could you be?
Right. So you remember like when all those hurricanes one year hit Florida, my brother got hit really bad. My brother's has bought, the freeze-dried food. He's a big gun guy, big survival guy, all this stuff, right? He ran out of LP gas for his gas grill because that's all they were living off of.
Oh.
Was their gas grill.
He didn't plan enough?
Oh, he did. And they did.
Yeah.
But then he went out every morning and made espresso coffee on it, which means you got to really crank it up. So every morning, Mr. Survivalist had to have a latte and then sit outside in Florida in the dead heat. But he was burning through so much gas. And my sister-in-law couldn't figure it out because he was making it before she got up in the morning. He had one of those little old-timey espresso pots.
I don't remember making espresso on a grill and Soldier of Fortune. I didn't read that
No,
part.
they don't have the camo espresso maker.
I would like to read one Facebook message. Again, talking about this guy upset with us because we don't have bomb shelters to save our family. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, this guy absolutely knew. Yeah. This guy absolutely knows which one of his son-in-laws he's going to eat first if things go wrong.
All right.
All right, let's take a break. As we talk about family, you want to look out for your family.
Yeah.
You want to look out for your friends.
Sure.
And that's what this guy in the story, according to police, did. Only problem is he committed a crime in doing so.
Did he mean to?
I mean, the fact that he's facing charges
All
leads
right.
me to believe at least police think he knew what he was doing.
All right.
Because you're willing to help a buddy out.
Yeah, you want to be a good guy?
Yeah. Even at the expense of your own freedom? We're going to do it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you're a loyal guy, right?
Oh, yeah, man.
Willing to help a buddy out?
All the way to the end, pal.
Well, here's the situation.
What's that?
I
What do
need,
you
a
need?
I need a place to lie low.
Yeah.
The heat's on. I got to make myself scarce for a little while. Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Guess what, buddy? Now you're under arrest.
Why?
And that's a situation one man from our area found himself in this week. Because it turns out you do not have to partake in the first crime to be charged with a crime yourself.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:45, a massive concert coming to upstate New York this summer
Damn.
is no longer coming.
Oh, wow.
Well, he's got some issues. And here's...
Yeah, I saw.
Kimmy, here's the thing. Like, this guy, it's a very popular show. Everywhere he goes, he sells out.
Oh,
Yes.
And I've seen this show personally. It's
You-
worth it.
Yeah, you loved it.
That being said,
Yeah.
this is one of those reschedules where it's like, don't clear your schedule for next summer just yet.
Yeah.
Don't look good.
Maybe wait it out.
That's not what it... No, you're just saying it don't look good. He says it's fine.
Did you see him? Did you see what happened to him? Did you see the video when he threw the mic stand?
Kind of.
You didn't see the end
I
of it?
glanced at it. I didn't see it. We'll get it. Why are you laughing?
He looks like an old man getting pissed off at something in his garage.
We'll get into it. Just after
Scrapworks.
8:45.
I'm sending the whole thing back.
Here in the break room on CMF. A 56-year-old man from Batavia
Yeah.
was arrested this week.
What do you do?
According to police, the man is being charged with hindering prosecution for harboring a fugitive.
All right, so he took somebody in and was on the run.
Yeah, authorities say the 56-year-old man allowed another man to live on his property, and this other man was wanted for several crimes. Now, they don't say in the story what those crimes are.
Yeah.
However, seemingly not having anything to do with those initial crimes, the 56-year-old man is facing charges of his own and now has a court date coming up. 56, is that a strange age to allegedly harbor a fugitive?
Not really. I mean, you could be, living by yourself at that point. Maybe you're divorced.
Okay.
Or like you got the space.
Okay.
One
Well,
of
he
your-
said property. Yes,
Right, so one of your buddies went bed, and you take him in just to cover for his ass.
Okay, would you be more or less likely to take someone in hiding from the cops the older you get?
Less likely. I would have done it as a young man.
Okay.
Because like when I had my place in Webster,
Mhm.
like I always told guys, you get in trouble, you get hang.
Wait, you said that out loud.
Not like dead bodies, but guys want to get away from their old ladies or something like that. They wanted to cheat, stuff like that. I said, yeah.
Wait, you opened your house for your friends to cheat?
It never happened, but I did put it out there.
No, but the fact that you said that out loud. Hey,
You
man,
almost encourage it.
if you want to cheat on your wife, I got a guest room.
Bro, I let one buddy stay who was a buddy of yours that was behind on like 4 different cell phone plans. That guy should have been arrested for being behind on different cell phone plans.
He had a couple of financial indiscretions.
Yeah, a couple of whoopsie days. No, but I could have seen myself doing it, and I would have been in my late 40s.
Kimmy, are you more or less likely as you get older to harbor someone from the cops?
Probably less likely.
Okay.
I just don't. I'm too afraid of that now in my life.
I would have done it for you, and I would have just said I didn't know nothing.
Okay, but
And nothing like, let's say, nothing like like you murder.
okay,
But let's say, unfortunately, you did a hit and run.
that's
God.
manslaughter.
Okay. Keep your voice down. Let's say you did a hit and run, but let's say the people live with whatever.
That word "whatever" is doing an awful lot of heavy lifting in that
that's
sentence.
I would have let you stay to my place, and let's say you just need a little time, and I would have just said, I don't know why the kid's here. He's a drunk.
I do think, speaking of kid, I do think a lot of people would be willing to do it for a younger relative, like a niece,
family.
nephew,
Okay.
somebody who
Definitely
you
a
want,
niece.
who has always looked up to you in some way. Like you feel like almost like you need to protect them. I think that's maybe where you that line gets blurred.
So I think there's like a graph we can use here.
Yeah.
That I'm going to try and explain. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When it comes to harboring a fugitive, which this 56-year-old man is accused of, the older you get, the less likely you are to allow a friend
Right.
to hide in your house.
Yeah.
Like, you'll do stupid things, like you said, Tommy, as a kid for your friends
Yeah.
all the time. I could see myself letting a buddy wanted for some sort of crime hide out in my apartment while I was in my 20s. And I'm sure you'd have done the same thing. Right now, I don't think I have a friend I would be willing to do that for. Family, however, I think the older you get, the more likely you are to harbor them as a fugitive in your house.
I mean, I've got some bad nieces.
I thought niece would be too
Yeah.
far a connection.
No. I got bad nieces.
No, I'm saying you would allow your nieces to come live with you if they were accused of a crime.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do
know.
it now, but if I had that place in Webster, let's say I got bad nieces in Florida, bro. And let's say she did something bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she was at some country concert and she knifed somebody or something. Because, she was reaching for her bed of amphetamines. Something like that. I think I could take her in.
Kimmy, I think you hit it. Right? Kids, definitely.
Yeah.
Also, your older parents.
Well, not even kids, but maybe family members that were kids when you were an adult. Like, you may even still help that person out in their 20s, 30s.
I don't think I'm doing it for a niece or a nephew.
Really?
I mean, my own kids, I can't sit here and say I wouldn't.
Yeah, but you
do
may be
that
the
for
first person they come to. Like, I'm thinking, like, if they're really in trouble and they're, you know, they don't want to tell a parent or a sibling, like a direct family member, you may be that first call because, well, you've always, you know, helped me out in the past because you know, I don't fear that you're going to judge me as much.
Okay, I love my nieces and nephews. I got a ton of them, right? I am willing to risk my freedom for my own children. If there is an explanation they can give me where I go, okay.
All right.
I don't think I'm willing to risk my freedom for the children of my brother and sister.
But let's say you don't have kids, because like
That would be
Tommy
me.
and I,
Yeah.
like our nieces and nephews are that close.
Yeah, they're like semi kids.
Yeah, no, the way you just talked about them, I could tell.
Hey, I'm
I feel
taking
like-
you in, kid.
Yeah, after she knifed someone at a country concert and I quote, reaching for her amphetamines.
I feel like we might have a different view of that because we don't have our own kids. to
Right, yeah.
protect.
Okay, all right. I
And
get what you're saying.
I would just play dumb. I don't know what the kid did. You know, she just showed up here.
Again, that's not a get out of jail free card. I'm sure this 56-year-old guy didn't open the door, according to police, and say, "Yeah, I'm harboring a fugitive."
I don't think it holds up in court. I think you can get out of it.
What are you talking about?
I didn't know nothing.
Of course, they're going to be able to figure it out.
They would have. I think a lawyer would take that case.
Of course, they take that case. They'll take your money and then you go to jail.
What's that? The lawyer for poor people.
Public defender?
Yeah, that guy.
He has to take that case.
Yeah. Can I pay him in amphetamines?
You don't.
I don't know what's happening.
252 WCMF 252-9263.
The answer is yes.
We're talking. You don't pay him. The court pays him.
Oh, even better. Give me my amphetamines back.
A 56-year-old man from Batavia. Now you're arrested for amphetamines. You brought him to the courthouse. 56-year-old man from Batavia was arrested after police say he hindered prosecution for harboring a fugitive. They say he allowed another man to live on his property. This man was wanted for several crimes. We don't know what crimes they were, yet not having anything to do with those crimes. This 56-year-old man is facing charges for simply allowing this man to be here. Do either of you think you have a person in your life that would hide you if you were facing charges?
Right now.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, yeah.
Who?
I think my older brother would.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mr. Law and Order.
Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, he's wishy-washy.
No effing chance he takes you in.
I think he does.
No, yeah, come on in. He'd take you in and then call the cops immediately. For some reason, ICE is at the front door.
I think
Let me see your papers, Mr. Italian.
I guess I could. I definitely could crash at some of my nieces' like low-end apartments.
Oh, the one
in
that
Florida.
you just talked about amphetamines with?
Yes. So I got two that have like they live in like cruddy apartment complexes in Florida.
Okay.
Like there's ponds with alligators and everybody's like feeds them like marshmallows and stuff and puppies. So I think I could hang there.
Okay.
But it would be like on like a cruddy couch. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, it's not going to be a posh
But no.
experience. You're hiding.
But you know what though? I could get by.
Kimmy, do you think you have someone in your life right now that would hide you?
Yes.
Who?
My dad.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with
because
that.
because he I know he knows that he's gotten away with stuff. So I think that if I was in trouble, he'd be the last person to judge and the first person to come up with an excuse.
Okay, so like you would have to have there are specific places where this would work and where it would not work.
Right.
Like if you're gonna hide from the cops at someone else's house,
Yeah.
the more isolated the person, the better. Right? No spouse, that works out good for you.
Yeah.
Less populated area works out good for you.
Any relative that has, as you said, property.
Yeah. You also would need someone who doesn't get a lot of guests.
Somebody who's really good at lying. Or like maybe not lying, but like
playing it cool.
playing it cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you know you just described.
Who? Well, no, you live with your wife.
No, but if I had property,
Well, but you can never afford property. You blew it all on your tracksuits.
I blew it on. I lost it on property.
I blew my tracksuit money. I blew my property money on tracksuits is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Daddy had property, but he got tied up in a tracksuit gambling ring.
Shut up. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Teddy.
Hey, listen. As adult, sometimes you have to make tough decision, either your family, friend, whatever it is. But you have to respect the law, and then you have to make a right decision. What is the best for you and whoever person that you try to protect?
Okay, so Teddy, let me walk through this personally. Can I ask you a couple of personal questions? Do you mind?
Of course you can.
Okay. How old is your daughter?
My daughter is 34.
34. Apple of your eye, your baby girl, you love her more than anything in the world. I'm making an assumption here, Teddy?
Of course.
All right, so Teddy, she comes to you and she goes, Daddy, I love you so much. Back even in your cruise days when you were stealing TVs like you told us a couple weeks ago. Mr.
Thanks, Tommy, for your help.
Daddy, something happened with the car. The cops are looking for me. I just need a couple of days to lie low to straighten all this out. Can I please just hide here? If anyone knocks on the door, I'm not here. You're going to tell her to go to the cops. You're beautiful. Baby girl looking you, doe eyes, tears streaming down her face. You've been her protector her whole life. You're going to tell her no, Teddy?
No, I have to listen. Go get a lawyer, and then tell the lawyer, and then just go over, try to figure out later on.
Okay, she just got sentenced to 30 years, Teddy. Way to go. Nice job.
Hey, Teddy. Let's say I needed a place to stay. I was on the run for something, and I kept knocking on your door, and I go, "Hey, Teddy, I know you're a big fan of the break room. Can you help me out?"
It just depends what kind of crime, because one way or another, they're gonna catch you.
Wait, they're gonna catch him?
Of course they are.
Why is that?
You know, it doesn't matter how you think you're smart when you break the law. You have to decide it right thing. Rather than gonna cost more money for you, might as well I say, hey, let them go, and then taking care of whatever they might be.
All right, Teddy.
To be able to help them.
All right, so I'll put you down for a maybe.
Teddy, I don't disagree with the logic. I just think you are underestimating the emotion in the moment.
Yeah, I'm crying.
Not you, you idiot. His daughter. You are not the apple of his eye yet. We'll see where this goes. Teddy, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to be gone for the whole month.
Oh, where are you going?
Indonesia. I'm going to be in Bali for 2 weeks.
Well, you're not going to listen.
You want to come?
Tommy, you go to Bali with Teddy?
I would love to see Bali. It sounds like it's really nice.
I'll take you over there, Tommy. I can find what you call two mates, 20 years old for you, Tommy.
Put you in a suitcase. Put it in the overhead. You know, I hear it's a Bali over there.
Yeah, I love Bali.
Thank you, Teddy.
Teddy, have fun, bud.
Bye.
Stay safe,
Yeah.
all right?
Bye.
There goes Teddy. Bali Teddy!
We'll
Sounds
be hearing
cool,
from him for a
man.
few weeks now.
Yeah, he won't be able to hold back. He'll be listening on the app. Call us. I'm in Bali right now. Here's the thing. If you were to ask someone to do this for you, harbor you, that's a huge ask in all reality.
Yeah.
Like, you are risking that person's freedom. You are risking that person's reputation. And look, to the point Teddy made, if we're going to look at this logically, all you're doing is staying free a little while longer.
Right.
Because
It's temporary.
Yes, someone eventually is going to find you. You will eventually have to face these charges. Like, the reason the people that are able to stay on the run for like 30, 40 years, they make documentaries about because it never happens.
All right.
So, look, I'm 38 years old, right? Tommy, if I commit a crime and I ask if I can come hang out at your place, right, and hide, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life in your house.
No, but it gives you a breather. Then you can, work your plan and, get out of town.
What's the plan?
Get out of town.
Okay, then I get out of town and I get arrested there.
No, you did be cool when you get out of town.
So I'm going to completely change my life, abandon my wife, abandon my children, go wash dishes in Forest City, Arkansas. Because of a
your joint.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
You already have a town picked out.
I do, but that's in case I have to abandon my family, not run from the cops.
All right.
Big difference. Go wash dishes at that place next to the media play I stayed at off the Motel 6 off the interstate.
It's probably a Starbucks now.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This isn't funny. This man's beloved. He still packs him in.
Oh, my God.
Bro, he's playing.
I've been calling this for a while, man.
What, you've been calling
This
older man
specific
getting
person?
hurt?
Did you hear his explanation about him aging?
I think you have a better grasp on this story than I do because I just saw that this concert has been postponed.
Yeah.
And I got sad.
They asked him a list of questions, and his answer was hysterical.
We will get into it. If you have, or we're looking forward to going to this show this summer, you may have to wait a little longer if it's going to happen at all.
Right.
And we'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. I don't know why you find this funny. What a dick. You're such a dick. This guy means so much to so many people.
He's a great artist. But
no,
again,
it's more than artist, man. Like, this guy speaks for an entire class of people.
he does.
I mean, look, I would argue he and Springsteen are on the same level when it comes to describing life at a certain point in America.
Mm-hmm.
He still packs them in.
Oh, yeah.
And this bad thing happens, and you just start howling with laughter. Okay, you're hanging out in the break room. Watch just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. It was announced yesterday that the Billy Joel Sting co-headlining show.
Big tour coming this summer.
Yeah, you got it. It was coming to the old Carrier Dome, the JMA Wireless Dome in Syracuse. That show has been postponed after some health issues that Billy Joel is now facing.
Yes.
Would you like to explain to the audience what happened?
So one of the things I saw, at the end of one of his shows, and I think it just happened recently, he goes to throw the mic stand, and when he throws it, he falls backwards and lands right on his ass. Like, he loses his footing, and he hits the mat hard, bro, as a fat old man.
Was that the health issue?
No, so I guess he's had other issues, but he's not discussing.
Oh.
But they did ask him, they go, what are you doing, for your diet and your exercise?
Mm-hmm.
And he replied, neither. Neither. And he's 75 years old, and I don't think he's ever taken care of himself.
No, I mean,
ever.
he doesn't look like a man that's ever taken care of.
No, like he just, Mick's still running around with a six-pack in his 80s, and this guy, he just looks like old fat guy.
Yeah, but they're around the same age. Who's having the better time? He's still banging hot young chicks,
Oh,
Billy
yeah,
Joel.
yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Angry old man now, but he's got a dog and he's using it.
So, yeah, and some people think the tour ain't coming back.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, is when you start to hit an age with these artists where...
And you're not taking care of yourself, and these health issues are
Okay, now
piling
you sound
up.
like a dick. Now you sound like you're not even taking care of yourself.
No, but him and the Pope, man, they're in bad way.
Pope's on his way back, baby. Which, by the way, sidebar, if you believe the Pope is going to go to eternal paradise, why would you try...
Why are you fighting it so
Let
hard?
him go, man!
Yeah, that's true,
Right,
that's
I mean,
true.
like, if you're...
This is suspicious.
You're the holiest man of all men.
Yeah, you're getting upfront parking.
Like, if I'm the Pope, stop.
Yes.
Let me go. But going back to Billy Joel.
Yeah.
And we saw this with a couple other artists. Aerosmith, I think, is the one that's the biggest. Aerosmith planned that big old tour.
Yeah.
Then they had to cancel a couple of shows that they were going to reschedule. And then the tour just disappeared forever, and they were never going to play ever again. And I think that's my big worry here with Billy Joel.
Yeah, well, these guys are aging out of the biz.
But
I mean, you're pushing it super long.
But I think it hurts more with Billy Joel than anyone else because, like, with all due respect to Aerosmith, they had a legendary career, whatever.
Yeah.
If you have seen Steven Tyler perform within the last 10 years, he ain't got it.
Well, it's very physical, and he can't do it.
And his voice is just not what it was, right? Okay, so, like, if you were going to go see Aerosmith on this final tour, you were going just to pay tribute to them, be in the same room as them.
Yeah.
Billy Joel's show is as good today as it was when he first started playing music.
Except when he starts messing with the mic stand.
Except that, other than when he's throwing mics all over the place. Look,
Is he, but has it, I guess my question is, does he, take it down a notch? Like, is he doing as much as he used to do on
can't.
stage?
he sits at a piano.
Okay.
So it's easier to do.
I mean, he used to be,
So
running around stage crazy.
Yeah.
But, that's
Okay.
Still not getting,
that's
like, the
2
full
decades ago, man.
thing.
He's not doing that. You're
No.
right. You're not getting that experience. But when it comes to audio, when it comes
Do you think he's still got the voice?
I know he does.
All
I
right.
just saw him a couple of years ago at the Dome, actually.
All right.
It was, I mean, I love Billy Joel, so take it with a grain of salt. It was one of the best concerts I've ever seen in my life. I was blown away by how well he sounded, how well he still played.
All
It
right.
was he's got his, a lot of his original band members. They were unbelievably tight. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life.
Okay.
And I walked away from that show blown away at his age and his shape.
Yeah.
How well, and he played for like 2.5 hours.
That's impressive.
It was amazing.
But, man,
What?
how long can you push that envelope?
Well, at least to 75.
All right, that's
and
it.
it's got to be hard for those guys too when they see other guys that are older than them still going. Like, do you think like there's kind of this competition in their minds? Like, well, I'm not old as that guy, and he's still selling out arenas. And
That's a great question.
Because I'm thinking
they got to notice that.
outside of the Stones and people like that, right? There's other artists that are still hanging around.
Yeah.
For example?
And one that creeps me out when I see him now is Rod Stewart.
Oh.
Rod Stewart doesn't even look like a human being anymore.
He looks
he
like your
still
guidance
tour?
counselor. Your female guidance
If
counselor.
your guidance counselor died 20 years ago and they just found their body yesterday, He looks so bad.
Why you gotta hurt Rod?
But he still wears like those outfits that he wore 30 years ago. It looks so creepy, man. But he's still on tour. But I think he does Vegas and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, those Vegas residencies are easier.
Yeah. Those guys in Vegas are creeping me out, man.
What do you
They're
mean?
creeping you out?
The
Oh, no,
way
that
they
makes more
look.
But that makes more sense to me.
But the look with the plastic surgery that just looks like it doesn't even look like them anymore.
Okay, but like here's you bring up Vegas too. Again, we're talking about Billy Joel, 252 WCMF. Due to health issues, he is postponing his tour this summer that was supposed to be coming to the Dome in Syracuse.
Yeah.
They say he and Sting will be rescheduling that show next summer. But to Tommy's point, he's 75.
Yeah.
Every time artists this old postpone concerts, that may be the end of the concerts, right? Like, okay, so the Eagles are about to start, if I'm not mistaken, a Vegas residency, a Glenn Frylis Vegas residence.
This is like their second one.
Yeah. It's great that they are able to sleep in their own beds at night or stay in the same place.
Yeah.
It's not going to take the physical toll, which means the shows will be better. But now I have to go to where they are
Yes.
to see the show.
Right.
And it's going to be far more expensive for me to fly to Vegas, get a hotel room for a couple of nights, spend the
Shows
money on
aren't
those.
cheap. Yeah.
Those tickets are still going to be, they're going to be more expensive than they would be if they were coming to Key Bank Center like they did a couple
And at
years
that
ago.
age, I don't know how the old Eagles are, but they got to be up there in their 70s, right? Minimum.
But again, it's not like jumping, right?
No,
as long
but
as the
I
voice still sounds good.
But I still want to know what kind of show I'm getting at that age.
Yeah. Like, it does seem like we're trending towards every classic artist playing residencies, and that's it.
Yeah. But there's going to come
Well,
a
you gotta
time soon where these guys start dropping because you're just getting so old.
It's amazing that they haven't started.
But it's coming soon.
You make it sound like a movie. Coming soon, Dead Billy Joel.
But
It kind of is. Like, it'll be like every month you're going to hear who passed.
But you say that, but at the same time, the older they get, the more people show up to the shows because it's like, this is gonna be the last time.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got to take into account, even if they don't have a residency that you have to travel to, they may start picking cities, like they may have less
With
shows
ramps.
in bigger cities, which would still require you to travel potentially. Like there are probably people that were planning on traveling to shows at the KeyBank Center or Syracuse that booked hotel rooms. And
Oh,
booked
yeah,
their
good point.
travel.
Mm-hmm.
So you're still taking a risk no matter where they're playing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You know, it's funny, Kimmy, you brought up a great point, that whole that age rivalry with the artists. They're still doing it, so I should go. So Springsteen, who, I mean, like I
And
said.
he's had health issues.
Yeah.
He had to postpone some
Yeah.
shows.
And he's working out. He sounds like your father now. Oh, well, how'd you get that? How's that work? He's also 75.
Yeah.
And like I said, I look at Springsteen and Billy Joel, just
Yeah.
time period, people they're speaking for, they're very similar artists, right? Like, he's still going.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he's going to drop it anymore. Like, I am dying to know when Springsteen finally says, I can't do it anymore. Because 75, anybody that's seen Springsteen live the last 5 years, I've heard that show is mind-blowing.
Yeah, and he just keeps playing. He plays for like 3 straight hours. It's wild that anybody has that much
I'm telling
energy.
you, bro. We're coming up on the summer of death.
Why would you
my
say that?
God.
And by the way, you're not that much younger than these guys.
I might be included in the summer of death.
We
I don't
can
know.
only hope.
You're not
I'm
even going to
telling you.
get to all your tracksuits.
Bury me in my tracksuits. By the way, before we forget,
What?
tomorrow,
Yeah.
another Tommy Tracksuit Thursday, a
Yeah.
brand new tracksuit.
So a bunch showed up yesterday.
Okay, you started only having 3 tracksuits.
I know.
You said you then had 5 tracksuits. How many tracksuits have you gotten up to now?
I think I have 7 total.
How are you
So
so
I got
compulsive?
3 yesterday from China, but they took forever, but they all showed up at once. And so I got one is like really like my wife made a statement when I opened it up. She said, I hope you don't think you're going to wear that around the house.
Oh, it's not even houseworthy.
No.
Oh my.
I think it's too much. It's the one with the pockets. And she goes, those pockets are too much.
Going back to the
What?
discussion we were just having, Andrea writes us about Billy Joel. I saw Billy Joel several times in the 80s. One of his signature moves back then was to climb on top of the piano and do a round off back down to the stage. I sure as hell hope that move was retired. 75-year-old fat Billy Joel doing a backflip off his piano.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
You pay to see it, though.
Oh, yeah, sure. It'd be the last one he ever does in the summer of death.
All right, let's take a break.
Right.
There was a very surprising story in the DNC yesterday.
What happened?
Well, internationally, we got this tariff. It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. These different
Yeah.
countries. We don't know what the hell's
Everybody's
going on.
like,
The hottest tariff discussion
What's that?
is between us and Canada.
Oh, yeah.
And you like to think, well, look, it's international politics. Doesn't affect us in any way. But it turns out here in Rochester, it affects us in a very, very intimate way.
Oh, we're getting a shaft.
Well, that's just it. I had no idea this many Canadians came down and spent time in Rochester.
Oh, really?
On a shocking number.
Doing what?
That's what we have to figure out.
Okay.
And if this is true,
Yeah.
it turns out maybe one of the worst ideas in Rochester history was ahead of its time?
No.
Maybe?
Let's get them T-shirts out.
We'll get to it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Bev. We got ourselves a border war.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Canadians are polite and pleasant until you make them angry.
Yes.
And that pissed offness could have a serious effect on our great city.
So what's going on?
Well, it turns out that a lot of the money spent here from out of town is actually coming from the great white north.
Wow.
Money that may be drying up.
Uh-oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We will jump right into it. Canada ain't coming no mo.
Really? They're done?
Well, at least that's the rallying cry from Canadians who spend time in the United States. It's all a result of the tariffs that are on and then off and then on and then off between the United States and Canada. The big story this week, the Premier of Ontario threatening a 25% tariff on energy that's sent from Canada to the U.S. I guess that's back off again, but it could go back on. I don't know. But that's something that would affect New York.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
There is something else, however.
What's
this
that?
issue has riled up, Tommy, that could affect us personally right here in Rochester.
What at?
So based on all of the international tension, Canadians, by their government, are being encouraged to boycott trips to the United States. Do not spend any money on American goods. Do not go to the U.S. and spend money there. And a story in the Democrat Chronicle this week says that 20% of all money made in tourism here in Rochester is from Canadians.
Damn.
20%.
So what are they doing here?
I don't know.
Like, what do we have that they don't have?
So that's
I'm guessing most of it's coming from Toronto.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Well, why would they come from Toronto to Rochester?
Well, I mean, that's the closest, like, to come down here.
Hamilton, Niagara Falls.
Well, I kind of consider all that, like, Toronto.
Could you know? There's several cities before you get to Toronto.
I know, but it's the metro. If you live in Mississauga, or Hamilton, that's a suburb of Toronto.
Hamilton's what, 30, 40
You
minutes?
can literally
It's its own
see
city.
the downtown from the cold.
Understood. But if you live in Jersey, you can see Manhattan. They don't call you New York City resident.
I think Hamilton's bigger than Rochester.
She always brings this up because we made fun of her because she flew out of the Hamilton
Oh.
airport.
Well, no,
No, guys, it's a cool airport.
I did not know that until I
Chinsair.
went there.
All right. All right, so, but what do they do when they come here? Because I always heard, like, the big thing they used to say, they love coming down here to shop at Target for some reason.
Well, they don't have Target in Canada.
Are you
but they-
sure?
Yeah, they tried to open up Target in Canada. It was a master flop, and they shut it all down.
But
How
couldn't
can it
they
be
just-
all right.
But they wouldn't have to come all the way to Rochester for that.
Right.
Yeah, Buffalo actually,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I heard golf was a big thing.
Okay.
The courses down here are great, and they're way more reasonable.
Canadian
but
golfers.
this is a story I heard 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be seasonal too.
Right.
All right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is a reason why it seems that one of all 5 tourism dollars in Rochester are from Canadians. According to a story in the DNC, for the last decade, Rochester has been running a massive marketing campaign aimed at Canadians in Canada.
Oh.
In fact, if you have traveled back from Toronto via the QEW, the highway there, you may have seen billboards for the Strong Museum of Play on the way.
Oh, okay.
They got them up there.
All right.
But the bottom line is this, for whatever reason, or whatever reason they're coming, which we'll get back into in a sec, if this boycott of the U.S., travel boycott, really happens, and I'll say this, knowing a bunch of Canadians, they have a lot of national pride,
Yeah.
it could really hurt our bottom line.
Apparently, yeah, you dropped 20%.
Okay, so getting into what Canadians are doing in Rochester. Okay, what do we have, 252 WCMF, between here in Rochester that Toronto, Hamilton, Ottawa, Niagara Falls, Quebec does not have?
I can't think of anything.
Well, the Strong Museum of Play would be the biggest.
Okay, but that would be a hell of a lot of people coming. 20% are just going to the Strong
No,
Museum of all the tourists or
It's
Canadians?
Not what I'm saying.
What?
We have started the discussion with what do we have here that they don't. And the Strong Museum of Play
All right, box of toys.
is a gem. Okay?
Right. I mean, they got everything else. They got gambling's on the other board.
Yeah, you're not going to get
Entertainment, they got it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no concerts that come to Rochester
They
that
get all the
wouldn't
big
be
ones.
getting,
Yeah.
and okay, all that stuff. And like vacation spots on the Finger Lakes, they have those too. Like Canadian lake culture is huge.
Yeah.
And there are 10 big bodies of water you drive past between Toronto and Buffalo that are just as nice as Canandaigua, Cayuga, Seneca.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that WCMF, this mighty station of ours, reaches across Lake Ontario on clear days.
What's that costing them now?
What I'm saying is, I think it's a clear day today. If there are Canadians that can hear us over in Ontario, we have a small but loyal Canadian fan base that listens to the break room every day.
Yeah.
Canada, if you can hear us, 252 WCMF. Excuse me, 585-252 WCMF. What do we offer that you can't get?
Specifically here in Rochester, too.
Exactly.
Because you do have to, I mean, I would think like, just coming over the border, you're hitting spots closer that would offer the same kind of things, right? Like if you live at the border near Niagara Falls, you got Buffalo right there. If you're like going way upstate, you got the Thousand Islands area, which would be a big vacation spot. Like what would make a Canadian come all the way to Rochester?
Would skiing? Do they have skiing
But
there?
that-
Yeah,
but
do they
you
have
could-
snow in Canada? I don't know.
Yeah, but they have skiing
Dude,
there.
is it cold with snow in Canada? They got
Yeah,
skiing.
you laugh. Where's the
They
closest
have,
ski? Where's
they
it?
have a ton of ski. Like
You
How close?
idiot.
Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
How close are the skiing
Yeah.
to Toronto?
Hey, well, do they think they come down for a maple syrup, Kimmy? Or
and again, they wouldn't be coming to Rochester for
No,
that.
would they be coming down to Bristol and they would be going down to?
But you pass other places along the way.
you think they're coming for a moose, maybe, Kimmy? You think maybe that's what they're coming here for? You're the
What about
dumbest
the
person.
skating, the hockey?
Well, you bring up hockey. We're getting DMs from a genuine Canadian.
Oh, okay,
They bring up hockey tournaments for kids. That's actually a big one.
okay.
Every weekend in Rochester, there is a hockey
Why are
tournament.
they coming down here?
Well, because it's where the tournament is. Tournaments are all over the place.
Oh,
we
they're
go to
international.
What's that?
They're international.
Yeah, my daughter went up for a tournament in Ottawa this year.
All right.
Other theories. Golf is cheaper here, so you weren't wrong there.
I heard that.
Okay. And wine tours. I don't get the wine tour thing because Niagara has their
Yeah,
own
they have,
really
like, a
fancy
huge one.
wine country.
All right.
Like Niagara on the Lake is all wine people, right?
I mean, I guess the Finger Lakes
guess.
area is a bigger area
Yeah.
for that kind of stuff. So maybe you're getting more.
Yeah, if you could take a big tour.
okay, but I always thought that like
But would that count as Rochester tourism?
great question. I don't know. It says the Greater Rochester area. I don't think the Finger Lakes counted as the Greater Rochester
Mm-hmm.
area out that way. And here's the thing. I always thought like folks that lived in so for those who don't know, there is a community called Niagara on the Lake
Yeah.
that is outside of Niagara Falls on the lake.
Mm.
And it's super posh.
Yeah.
Like super
High-end
expensive,
country
high-end.
club.
Exactly. I always thought those people in that wine country like look down on Finger Lake stuff.
Yeah, they could.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's go to the phones. Again, we're talking about a story in the DNC. 20% of all tourism dollars spent in Rochester are spent by Canadians, which is a problem because with this border war, tariff, yes, no, maybe, on, off, whatever's going on, the Canadian government, and there is social pressure as well, are telling Canadians, don't spend money in America.
Right.
You would understand why. If that happens, that could really hurt us. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. I'm calling BS on this whole Canadian boycott of America. They're all going to come here and go down to Canandaigua Lake and party like there, is no tomorrow.
No, but Rammer, they don't need to. They have that up there.
What? They got Canandaigua Lake up there?
Yeah, I mean, look, I in all sincerity, I love Canandaigua. Like, the cabin cottage culture in Canada is mind-blowing. Everybody in the summertime either has a place they go to the weekend or they rent a cabin for the week and they go to one of their 1,000 gorgeous lakes they have up there.
Yeah, but summer up there is like fall here. The water is still only 40 degrees. They're coming down here. And again, here's my point. If the Super Bowl was being held in Kentucky, but your government told you, hey, we're boycotting Kentucky, so don't go to the Super Bowl, are you not going to go to the Super Bowl?
No, but I'll counter this question. If the state of Kentucky every day took their penises out on national television, rubbed it on the screen and said, hey, New York, that's for you, yeah, I think I may not go to Kentucky for the Super Bowl. And we're not talking about the Super Bowl. We're talking about golf
Just
and
casual
wine
vacation.
and hockey tournaments.
Right, but these people, listen, half of the Canadians don't like what their government's doing. So I think you're
Not
still
like
gonna
here,
have
where
them-
everybody is behind what the government is doing.
Yeah, but that's my point. We're not doing things that the government's telling us that we're supposed to do because we don't agree with it. You have the same thing in Canada. And besides which, again, if you're planning a family vacation with your kids to come to Rochester, New York so you can have garbage plates, I don't think that the government telling you not to do it is going to stop you from doing it.
All right, Rammer, thanks for the call, buddy. It's nice to know the water temperature in Canada.
I didn't
we
know it was
ask
cold up
Grammar
there.
about the taxes, though.
All right. As a man who is well entrenched in Canada,
All right.
you know I know my Canadians.
Yeah.
You know I spend a lot of time in Canada.
Yeah.
Hockey culture. I think that folks that have the take Rammer has are underestimating the pride that Canadians have in being Canadian.
Okay, just being no matter where you fall politically.
Exactly. Like, I think that once Canadians feel they have
They
been
go old Canada.
Yes. I mean, look, if we're going to talk politically, some of the politicians that are yelling these things on the microphones
Yeah.
were guys that were aligned with the politicians
Yes.
that have put those things into place. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't want to get political here, but the point I'm making is, like, yeah, you can disagree with what your government does, but when you feel insulted as
mess
a
with it.
country,
All right.
Canadians take a lot of pride in being Canadian.
Okay.
And
Right?
to your point, we still haven't come up with something that they can't get at home that we have here.
But maybe it's here. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Katie. Hey, Katie, you're on CMF. What's up?
Good morning.
Hey.
So I used to live in New York. My husband is from New York. We used to live up in God's country. And Canadians I know would come down because of the no taxes that they don't have to pay. So shopping, they'd come down to go shopping. Now, Rochester specifically, I don't know.
Because
That's where my husband's from.
But Katie, like, to your point, like, I get the shopping thing, which is also weird right now because the Canadian dollar compared to the American
Yeah, it would
dollar,
still be more just as expensive for them now, you would think.
but the taxes may even that out. Because, yeah,
I don't know.
like,
Well, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Katie.
Their income tax or their sales tax, I was told, and this was when we lived up there in 2014 and 15, was anywhere from 15% to 26%.
And they threw it at you.
So that was back then. Who knows what it is now? But
No, but like I know the Galleria in Buffalo
Yeah.
is a huge spot for Canadians to go shopping. I mean, Katie, like past Buffalo, what do we have in Rochester
Yeah.
that they would want to come shop for?
I mean, that I'm not 100% sure. There are things in Rochester that I love coming back for, like the Lilac Fest.
Okay.
So, I mean, there could be things similar to that.
Okay.
I just know that I also know people personally who have married Canadians, and hockey is a huge thing.
Yeah, I mean,
They all come down. And it's not just New York. I'm from Wisconsin, and they come down Wisconsin, Minnesota, Dakotas. Like, if they're Canadian and they come down into the U.S. for hockey, it's because they were born on it.
Tommy, write this down.
What's that?
Hockey big in Canada.
All right.
Great.
Right next to the ski lodge.
Katie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
I love you too. There goes Katie. She was a Canadian. She knew a Canadian.
No, she was Wisconsin.
Okay, so there may be a little bit of irony here.
What was that?
Well, the biggest flop in Rochester history, arguably,
Yes.
may be ahead of its time.
Oh.
May have been ahead of its time. We'll get to that in just a second. 252 WCMF. Rammer called up a second ago and said all of the social and political stuff going on, tariffs on, off that, it won't have any effect on Canadians coming to America to spend money.
Yeah.
Ted says that's not true. He's on CMF. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing today?
Good, man. What do you got?
Hey, Rammer's a moron. He's one of those third-grade intelligence that voted for Trump in the first place, put him in the second time. These tariffs are going to destroy America's middle class.
Hold on. We have a no politics, straight-up policy. What makes you think that the Canadians will still come despite the fact that the ones that disagree with what the government is doing?
I don't think they will, because why should they? Because during the summer, you're right, they have a lot of beautiful lakes up there. And why would they drive all this way to go to Canandaigua Lake when they got them right there?
Well, I guess the counterpoint argument was they were already coming, so what is happening enough to keep them from coming? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, how about all the increased costs that's going to be on them now because of these actions? I'm not going to say anything, but it's going to cost them more to live in Canada because their products and their jobs are going to be at risk now. So would you travel all over if your job was going away or you were in debt? Would you travel all over?
Well, I actually did. And I used to get drunk off of my second mortgage.
Well, yeah, but you were in debt because of the job.
They used to call me Little Canada.
There you go.
Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
There you go, Pat. There you go.
I love how he changed it. Like, forget what I said. You don't know where I stand anymore. Whatcha-cha?
So I did get an interesting call from a guy who said that he used to live in Buffalo, and he said that a lot of Canadians would come down to get their cars worked on, specifically new tires, because it was so much cheaper or something.
Really?
I don't know. That was like an interesting specific thing that he noticed. Like a lot of guys, he said he experienced it personally. So I don't know if he worked.
He was just throwing tires at Canadians.
If he worked like in the auto industry or something, but yeah, he said that was like a big draw for. And I don't know how far back we're going, but
if only there was a Canadian store that sold tires.
Yeah, with a big sign that said Canada and then maybe something tire.
Okay, again with this story, a very surprising story of the DNC this week that the tourism money spent here in Rochester, Canadians are responsible, according to the story, for 20% of all tourism dollars spent in Rochester, which we were very surprised by, money that could be at risk based on all of these social and political things going on between the U.S. and Canada right now. So the ultimate irony.
What's that?
Tommy, would you agree the biggest flop in the history of Rochester was the Fast Ferry?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The U.S. getting a ride to Toronto, us going to Toronto, that was a great idea.
Right.
The problem was no one at the time from Canada.
A one-way trip.
You got it.
Yeah.
The ferry went away and Canadian tourism went up.
Oh.
How does that work?
Yeah. I know.
I'm asking a serious question.
I know.
Unless it didn't go up, it just still wasn't enough to continue on with the Fast Ferry.
But the story in the DNC says 10 years ago, the Rochester started this like push for tourism in Canada, and they saw the numbers go up.
All right.
Why did you not do that when you had the boat?
Yeah, the funniest thing is when we went up there, people didn't even know it existed up there.
Really?
They just,
Wow.
Because we went up there and did a show to promote it, and we had the mayor of Toronto on, and one of the things, because people don't even know this thing's here.
Man, you got to wonder, like, if social media, if it had happened in a time when social media was prominent,
it would have helped.
I got to think it would have helped.
Oh, sure.
It would have turned so many more people on to that potential.
Serious question.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say we can magically put the boat back, and this border war stuff was not going on, right? Would that be successful?
I think seasonally, yeah.
I think it definitely would have had more of a chance than it did back then.
Should we be doing Fast Ferry 2 Electric Boogaloo?
Yeah, can we get it back?
Well, we probably
it's
could.
only 40 years old now. That thing's got to be raggedy now, man.
No, I bet you they took way better care of it than we did. We got it repossessed.
No, we put a hole in it before it got here.
Is it still, like, running?
We crashed it into the docks in New York City before it even got here, and they had to stop and patch it up.
Yeah, but you know how hard it is to parallel park in Manhattan?
Apparently very hard.
Okay. I know this is going to sound dumb.
What's that?
Because, like, this is how we got in trouble in the first place. But, like, with everything we're talking about here and the money that is being spent, if 1 in 5 tourism dollars in America or in Rochester is already being spent by Canadians, if you put the boat back, that number would go up, would it not?
Yeah. And, you could do a smaller version of that ferry.
Well, no, because there's not a movie theater and I can't put my car on.
Or a truck. And it didn't have duty-free shops. And a sun deck.
Was Mayor Bill Johnson a genius before his time?
Could have been, man. Could have been.
No, there's no way it would work again, right?
No.
There's no way.
There's no way we're going to do it.
Well, no, I know we're not going to do it. I'm just saying in a hypothetical.
I think it would work.
Wait, now
On
after
a
you killed it for all
smaller
these
scale?
years?
Well, I think now that we have these new numbers, and I think Rammer's on board. I think, the SS Rammer.
Wait a minute. You crushed this idea.
By the way, it is unusable now.
Well,
Why? What happened?
It was being used in like Morocco.
It's seems like it's in Venezuela now.
Oh.
Yeah, it says it's neglected and unusable at a shipyard.
No, that's actually Tommy's career you're describing. Are you sure you're not at WCMF.com?
So
I think tanked.
So that's from an article in the DNC in 2019.
It's in a mothballs. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
So one final question before we move on.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about Canadians not coming here, national pride, how people feel. Are the issues between the U.S. and Canada, is it going to keep American money from going the other way? Like,
Probably.
Are Americans going to decide not to spend money in Canada?
Well, because you're going to get whacked over there too, so why go?
Well, like, as you know, the way things were before all this chaos started, right? A Canadian trip was the most affordable upstate New York vacation you could take.
Yeah, if you were like a Yankee fan or a Red Sox fan to go up there and watch a game.
But like, you're right about that. That's a big one. Like, our money, you were getting a trip at 75% of the cost, and I'm not making that up.
Without the traffic.
You got it. Like, there are so many things to do. You brought up the sporting events, any big city trip to Toronto, the family and adult fun in Niagara Falls, a posh walk around stores you can't afford in Niagara on the Lake.
The strip clubs.
Are we going to be welcome up there if we go do that this summer?
I don't know.
Like, as an American.
But they still want your money, man. Like, if you're willing to go up there and pay a premium, they're going to love you because, like, you sucker number one, right?
I'm sucker number one?
Yes.
Is that what we'll call the next Fast Ferry sucker number 2?
So this boat maybe have been cursed from the start. says it's been through 3 separate financial failures, a fraud investigation on 2 continents, and an embezzlement accusation.
Yep.
Yeah, they just stuffed the back all full of money.
And that's before it docked.
No, but okay, when I say are we welcome up there, I don't mean by the businesses. Of course they're going to take our money.
Oh, it's just it's a general.
Look, I think we all have a habit of assuming the worst of people who come from countries that we're having problems with. Like, let's say I were to go to Toronto with my family this summer.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm going to walk around, and they go, where are you from? And I go, oh, I'm from Rochester. I'm an American. Am I going to get a, or am I going to get a, oh, hey, thanks?
I mean, Canadians are pretty mellow anytime I've been up there.
Again, we haven't gone through something like this.
I understand.
Oh,
I think it's the way you approach people.
Out of my way, Canadian.
Yeah.
American coming through.
Freedom coming through. A little bit of freedom coming through. Squirt.
Let's take a break.
All right.
As we talk about other countries, this story was jarring for a lot of people because although this is not like the most popular pizza chain, it is one of the most well-known.
Oh.
That they were closing this many stores. And it was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Turns out they're closing them in a place where we don't go.
Okay.
And maybe, just maybe, this continent's obsession with American food the last couple of decades is coming to an end.
Oh.
We'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. But first, I got to tell about my friends from the Ide family at dealership.
Well, they accept everybody, Patrick.
The Ides of March sales event at the Ide family at dealership. It's going on all this month. You can take advantage of Honda's easy as 1-2-3 lease program on 3-year, 30,000-mile leases. You ready?
Yeah, how's it work?
$3,000 delivery gets you the following monthly payment. 2025 Honda Civic Sport, $299 a month. 2025 CRV LX, $389 a month. 2024 Prologue Elite.
Ooh, I'm elite.
$389 a month. $2,000 at delivery. Let's say you want to lower that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Your monthly payment for the Civic Sport, $335. For the CRV LX, $425. Prologue Elite, $425 a month. Find out more at idehonda.com, where it's easy as 1, 2, 3. We know there ain't no cheese in China.
Yeah.
But there's no pizza here?
What?
Next on CMF. The headline of the story makes it seem like another household name American restaurant is going bad.
Oh.
Starting to disappear.
Yeah.
And good news for us and for the people who work at this place,
What is
once
that?
you click on the headline, it doesn't affect us in any way. But as we are talking now as an international break room this hour,
Mm-hmm.
why don't they want our stuff anymore?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So the headline reads, Domino's to close 205 restaurants.
Okay, but what around here?
Well, okay, so that's just it. You see that and you go, why is Domino's all of a sudden
Yeah.
hitting the hard times? In fact, Domino's has had actually a bunch of success. They've kind of taken market stuff away from Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
Pizza Hut's been the one that's struggling. Domino's had a nice little thing going on.
So what happened?
Well, when you click on the article, it turns out that only about 30 Domino's in America are closing, which is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they own.
But where would the rest of them be?
172 Domino's are closing in Japan.
Wow, that's a lot of Domino's.
So apparently,
They don't bake
So it
pizza in
got
Japan?
so Domino's got huge in Japan at some point.
there are 950 Japanese Domino's locations, and 172 of those Japanese Domino's locations are closing. Apparently, during COVID, Domino's moved in and took over the pizza scene in Japan.
Oh, so it's relatively new then that they showed up in Japan.
If the story I'm reading is correct, I don't know if it's just fairly recent that Domino's decided to try and
Move
take
into
Japan.
Japan?
Yeah, but
Interesting.
apparently the Japanese don't want our pizza.
You never see a Japanese person eating a pizza.
When are you around Japanese people?
How often do you go to Japan?
But every time I see one, I don't see a pizza.
When's the last time you saw a Japanese person?
I see the cigarette. I see the cocktail.
Are you basing
I
this?
see the sushi.
You're basing this all
okay.
on movies you saw
Yeah.
when you were a
Yes.
kid.
And I do get
Jackie Chan. No pizza.
as
No,
a
he's Chinese.
He's Chinese.
I apologize.
We talked about him the other day with the Chinese movie star
Yes,
from Rochester.
I did. I realize.
I would think it
Because
would
they embraced cheese early on. They did.
She was talking.
I'm sorry. But they got on the whole cheese train.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Get
I'm,
on
sorry. I'm gonna
the
keep
cheese
talking though.
train. Cheese train.
Not doing it.
Next stop is Tokyo.
I was gonna say.
What?
I wonder if Domino's was for the tourists or for locals.
Oh, good question.
Because I know, obviously, there's large amount of tourism in Japan, especially in the major cities. So I wonder if that was for people coming in, or if it was for local people who took an interest in Domino's pizza.
Okay, so I've never been to Asia, so I may sound like an idiot. I assumed over the last 20, 30 years that Western food was doing really, really well
All
in
over
Asia.
the world. Yeah.
Right? But I thought
But if
there
I
were...
was a tourist, I'd want all the local stuff. To your point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Maybe
but
they had a hankering for pizza.
they don't have it as much anymore? So
Maybe there's just too much of it.
they tried pizza and they were like, oh, it's okay, but we're not going to get down on
Or
it?
they made their own version of it and they like that better.
Is there another chain?
You want to Google
Maybe.
which pizza chains are active in Japan? Thank you, Kimmy.
Maybe they have their own national chain of pizza.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense, right? You take something that comes from another country and make it your own, and then you blow it up that way.
Yeah.
I'm also curious as to what Domino's pizza looks like in Japan. Because
Like
they
the
do,
toppings?
Well, yeah, they put their own flavor on things. For example, we talked about, is it China where KFC is massive?
Yeah, the bucket is king.
So for the
It
bucket
is.
is that's on the side. KFC Japan, China, where the bucket is king.
Yeah.
In China, I believe, it's become a tradition to get KFC on Christmas, and you have to order your KFC weeks, months in advance to make sure that your family has your Christmas KFC.
Yeah.
But it's there's different Chinese things on the menu.
Yes.
No
Well,
cheese.
No cheese.
Yeah.
But why would you put cheese on your fried chicken?
You ain't lived, bro.
But I'm thinking there could be some local, there could be seaweed stuff on the pizza.
Okay.
They love them
So
some seaweed.
So he brings that up. There is a chain in Japan called Aoki's Pizza, and it says it's a creative pizza chain that offers unique and unconventional pizza toppings.
you know they got the seaweed.
Is that from the DJ Steve Aoki?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Do you know his dad founded Benihana?
Yes.
First of all, I don't know who you're talking about.
So he was a DJ in the early 2000s. His
Steve
dad,
Aoki?
Steve Aoki, I think I'm saying it the right
He's like a club DJ?
Yeah. His dad was the founder of Benihana.
Oh, the big steakhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be.
What do you know? What his dad's name was?
Benny.
Shecky.
Because it says it's owned by
His dad's
Yoshimori
That's-
Aoki.
Well, he bought him out.
Well, I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
if he's the
Aoki
original
came in,
owner. I don't know.
threw Shecky out. It was a big thing over cheese.
Why do we try to talk international anything?
I don't know.
The last hour of this show has been nothing but
But they
idiotic.
do have Pizza Huts in Japan.
Okay.
What's the seaweed?
And it says that they've been there for over 40 years. Pizza Hut and Domino's are the only ones I recognize. The other one look like they're Japanese pizza chains.
Okay. Would you want
So, I
to?
don't know.
I do have a bad habit. So the only international trip outside of Canada and Mexico, obviously, was that London trip I took.
Yeah.
And the one thing I had to go do was try McDonald's in England.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
So, like, straight up Big Mac?
No, so they had, I had a double
Or did you
quarter
get the
pounder.
Real with cheese?
Shut up. Shut up. It tasted different.
Well, wait, okay. Well, you know
Like,
why?
Noticeably.
It might be the bread, and I'll tell you why. So, in England, if the bread has
I
too
love how
much
you didn't
sugar,
give us a chance to ask.
Nope.
It might be the bread, and I'll tell you why.
Yes. We put too much sugar in our bread.
Okay.
And if you do that, you have to call it a something else, like a biscuit or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So that's why the bread may be different over there.
The meat I know tasted different.
Oh, so it's
Okay,
more
well-
the meat for you?
I don't know what I mean. Maybe it was a combination of everything. It just didn't taste what I reckon.
Was it good?
It wasn't bad. I preferred American
the
McDonald's.
fries had to be killer because they do fries really good because they do those chips.
Those just tasted like regular McDonald's fries.
But those fish and chips are pretty good.
No, I get it. McDonald's didn't have fish and chips.
No, but the chip to fry had to be good.
Oh my God. The
talking
fries
about
at
pizza, though.
McDonald's in England tasted like fries here.
Right.
The burger tasted different.
Oh.
Well, it's European meat.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
What's different about it?
A lot
Like?
different. How they feed them.
Well, maybe
How
the
do they feed cows
processing of it all.
differently in
I don't
England?
know.
Is the grains different? The European grain is different than what the
Shut
American
up. Will
grain.
you shut up? And here's the thing. You're just talking out of your ass. And, like, somebody's going to come like, actually, the European grain.
No, we have like God-fearing Nebraska grain.
Anti-communist grain.
We got born again grain. We feed the Christian cows. I mean, they got a lot of satanic, probably bovine over there.
Okay. Is that where they use them in sacrifices? It's all
Yes.
starting to come together now.
Yes.
The satanic panic when I was a kid.
A lot of inbreeding going over there.
What are you talking
The
about?
royal family, for one. They're all goddamn cousins.
We come back. We wrap it up to
Well, they
try
all
and avoid
bucktooth.
an international incident. We do it next here in the break room. Let's CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Howdy, old. What is it?
Are you kidding?
Hump Day Rapperoo.
Yes,
I
Wednesday.
had to think about it for a minute.
Break room
The
CMF.
time change.
From Sunday?
Yeah, I'm on a lot of medication.
That makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I know what that day is, buddy. We're going to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 8 o'clock. Also, it is Parade Day on Saturday.
Yeah.
It looks like the weather is going to be beautiful. High of
Yeah.
67 according to 13 Wham. Tiny chance of rain. Hopefully that pushes itself out.
You're all set.
And look, I like to consider myself somewhat of a Parade Day expert here on the break room. A gentleman wrote asking a question.
Okay.
Because he wants to bring his family down to the parade, but he's looking for one specific thing that will allow his children so he can also have a good time. And you are so anti this, it's not even funny. First of all, you're anti-parade day, period.
I'm anti-St. Patty's Day.
Which makes you a racist.
How's that racist when I'm the same race?
Okay. It makes you...
I'm on your side. I don't like you. That's all that is.
You're xenophobic is what you are. That's what you are.
What's that? I don't even know what that means.
It's the alien from the Sigourney Weaver movie.
No, I kind of like that little guy.
Okay. Well, he's looking for a place
Yeah.
that will allow his children in while he is also there.
Oh, okay.
And for years, Kimmy, Tommy Muley has railed against anyone who was willing to do this in any fashion on any day.
Which you see all the time.
Would I call them trash?
Yeah, you would absolutely call them
I've said worse things.
But Kimmy,
Here come the green trash.
without question, and it's,
Yeah.
it's not just Parade Day, it's not just St. Patrick's Day. There are a handful of days a year where no doubt, no question, we should allow kids in bars.
Why?
I'm going to explain.
They don't need to be there.
I'm going to explain exactly why. And we'll do that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's learning all about Japanese pizza this morning.
Yeah, learning a lot.
For Tommy Muley, who the consulate to the embassy to the United Kingdom is outside and he wants to talk to you
Yeah.
about his satanic cows. My name's Pat Tuffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.